Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our event, so please kindly to use the virtual background, open your camera, and mute your microphone during the conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished keynote speaker, honorable guests, respected faculty members, and participants joining us from various countries. Welcome to the third International Conference on Psychology with the theme Redefining Mental Health in Cultural Perspective.
Navigating AI, neuroscience, and human potential.
This conference is proudly organized by the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana-Yogyakarta in collaboration with Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, Konsorsium Psikologi Ilmiah Nusantara,
Universitas 17 Agustus Surabaya, Universitas Islam Bandung, Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia, and National Academy of Psychology India.
The third ICoP is a part of Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, Road to 15th Congress for the next year 2026. It's a truly honor for me, Holik Ismail,
Dewi Sukmawati,
Dewi Sukma Ayu.
to serve you as the master of the ceremony today.
Before we begin, allow us to briefly present the agenda for today's conference.
But before we begin, we need to give a little information about our outfit of the day first. Okay, I like your orange thing, thing. Can you give a little, what is it?
Okay, I think I'll start first from mine. Mine is actually one of traditional clothes from Riau. It calls baju kurung. It symbolizes of majesty, grace, and also femininity. Actually,
That's look good on you. It's so bright and orange. I
you.
like it, and I also like the head thing.
headband, of
Yeah.
course.
How about you?
Okay, today I'm wearing baju poko from Toraja.
Toraja. Oh,
yeah.
that's wonderful.
It's usually always come with the black color, similar
Mhm.
the Rio one, but it's come with the red one. They always come with the bead accessories and also the headband.
Yeah, and me is like baju adat Melayu. Baju adat Melayu is a symbolized mixture between religion and also the culture. This is a shared heritage between Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei. We have the similar thing like this kind of baju Melayu. I like this is udang, and this is kind of sarong and everything.
Well, you look so fine with that one. Actually,
Thank you so much. And I wonder how many participant here is also wearing the traditional costume.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but it's very pretty. You both look pretty, and I hope everyone also ready and be pretty for this session.
Yeah.
So before we begin, you can read the rule and guidelines.
Okay, so let me to briefly present the agenda for today's conference. First is opening ceremony. Second, welcoming speeches. Third, keynote presentation. Followed by the fourth, question and answer discussion. And it will end the conference with the closing speech and announcement for parallel session for the second day of the session.
Okay, maybe before we start the session, we will proceed with the singing of Indonesia Raya, followed by the Mercubuana Yogyakarta University March and Hymn Psychology. We kindly invite all participants to stand and adjust accordingly.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to get comfortable again as we continue with the event.
Now we move to our series of welcoming speech. It is pleasure to invite the chairperson of the conference, Ms. Dewi Surna Anggraini, MPSI Psikolog, to deliver her opening speech. Ms. Dewi, the stage is yours.
Distinguished Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, all Dean in Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, President of Indonesian Psychological Association or Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, Chairman of Konsorsium Psikologi Ilmiah Nusantara, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Human Development University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Head of Psychology Department, Faculty of Human Development University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, President of National Academy of Psychology India, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Psychology Universitas 17 Agustus Surabaya, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Psychology Universitas Islam Bandung, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Psychology Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, distinguished keynote speakers joining us from across the globe, and all our esteemed guests, colleagues, researchers, practitioners, and students. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, let us express our deepest gratitude to God Almighty. Because of His grace, we are able to gather here virtually today for the opening of the Third International Conference on Psychology. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all. It is truly an honor for the faculty of Psikologi Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta to once again host this prestigious International Intellectual Forum. The third ICoP is also part of Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia Road to the 15th Congress Series for next year 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme we have chosen for this year is both critical and urgent, redefining mental health in cultural perspectives, navigating AI, neuroscience, and human potential. The field of psychology currently stands at a critical juncture. On one hand, mental health has ascended to a position of global priority. Yet, our dominant paradigm for understanding and treating it often remain rooted in Western-centric frameworks. This approach frequently fails to address the rich diversity of human experience and the healing practices that exist across different cultures. On the other hand, we are witnessing the convergence of three powerful forces: groundbreaking advancements in neuroscience, the rise of artificial intelligence, and a renewed focus on human potential. Over the next 2 days, we will have the privilege of listening to and engaging with world-class experts. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, Professor Claudie L. Bochting from the Netherlands, Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar from India, Dr. Andik Matulesi, MSc from Indonesia, Dr. Helena Granciera from Australia, Professor Ike Ernest Onyis Nigeria, and Rani Merli Savitri, STMSE PhD from Indonesia. We will also dive deep into 5 proposed topics through our call for paper sessions covering educational and developmental psychology in the culture and neuroscience, industrial and organizational psychology in the social and community psychology for building resilient societies, and psychometrics, transforming at the intersection of AI and cultural diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, our goal in organizing this conference is not merely to examine new trends. We aim to provide an interdisciplinary forum to generate salient recommendations for academia, clinical practice, and public policy. We hope that through the rich discourse and collaboration fosters during these 2 days, we can contribute the evolution of psychological science that is no longer monolithic, but rather a mosaic that honors the profound diversity of human experience. Finally, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the entire committee for their hard work, to all of our partners, to Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta for its unwavering support, and to all of the participants for joining us. Let us navigate the complexities of our time together to shape a future for mental health that is more equitable and globally relevant. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dewi Surna Anggreni, MPSI Psikolog, for your speech. Now we are move on to the second welcoming speech from the Committee of the Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, Dr. Andik Matulesi, MSI Psikolog. Dr. Andik Matulesi, MSI Psikolog, the screen is yours.
Wabarakatuh. Good morning to Rector Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, to all keynote speakers, psychologists, honored guests, our colleagues, and all participants. It is a true honor for me as a president of Indonesian Psychological Association, IMSI, to address you at the third International Conference on Psychology organized by the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. I sincerely thank to the organizing committee for creating a space where ideas, cultures, and vision for the future of mental health can meet. We are living in transformative era. Never before have a technology, neuroscience, and human life been so closely interconnected. Artificial intelligence is reshaping how we assess, understand, and support mental health. Neuroscience is revealing the remarkable complexity of the human brain. Yet, amid this advance, one essential question remains: how do we ensure that progress truly serves humanity? The answer is, I believe, lies in culture and values. Mental health is not only scientific construct, it is a human experience shaped by meaning, relationship, and cultural context. Technology can analyze data, but it cannot replace empathy. Neuroscience can map the brain, but it cannot fully capture hope, resilience, and purpose. This remain uniquely human. From Him's perspective, psychology must lead with wisdom and responsibility. Innovation must walk hand in hand with ethics. Global knowledge must be grounded in local understanding. By integrating cultural perspective with scientific advancement, we can redefine mental health in ways that are inclusive, dignified, and empowering. This conference is more than academic gathering. It is a collective commitment to listen across cultures, to learn across discipline, and to collaborate for the greater good. I encourage each of you to share boldly, question deeply, and connect meaningfully during this conference. On behalf of HIMSI, I reaffirm our dedication to strengthening psychology as a force for human flourishing, locally, regionally, and globally. May the conversation that begin here inspire action, innovation, and compassion far beyond this forum. With great hope and confidence, I welcome you to the third International Conference on Psychology. Thank you, and I wish you face inspiring and impactful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
From Dr. Andi SE Psikolog. Now we will continue with an address from the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Ms. Reni Yuniasanti, MPSI, PhD, Psikolog, who will deliver her speech to officially open our ICoP 2025. Ms. Reni Yuniasanti, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace upon you all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, warm greeting and peace wishes to everyone. Distinguished Rector, Vice Rector, Aldin, and Chief of Bureau Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Vice Dean and all member family from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Chairman of Committee International Conference, Mrs. Dewi Surna Anggreni MPSI Psikolog and all team committee, honorable representatives of our partner constitutions, President of Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, Chief of Konsorsium Psikologi Ilmiah Nusantara, Honorable Dean of Fakulti Psikologi Universitas 17 Agustus Surabaya, Dean Faculty of Psychology Universitas Islam Bandung, Dean Faculty of Psychology Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, Dean and Head of Department of Psychology, Faculty of Human Development, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia. and President of National Academy of Psychology, India. For all keynote speakers and moderators, respected college, scholars, practitioners, and researchers, and all participants in this international conference. Good morning and warm greetings to you all. It is both an honor and privilege for me, on behalf of the organizing committee, to welcome you to the third International Conference on Psychology from Faculty Psikologi Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, held under the theme Redefining Mental Health in Cultural Perspective, Navigating AI, Neuroscience, and Human Potential. This conference represents our collective efforts to advance psychology as a dynamic, cultural, and grounded and scientifically rigorous discipline in the midst of rapid global transformations. As mental health challenges continue to evolve, psychology must respond in the interdisciplinary approach that integrates cultural understanding, technological innovations, neuroscience, and the development of human potential. We are deeply honored to organize this conference in collaboration with distinguished national and international partners. Our sincere appreciation goes to all participants from HIMSI, KAPIN, Faculty of Psychology at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya, Faculty of Psychology at Universitas Islam Bandung, Faculty of Psychology at Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, Faculty of Human Development at University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia, and National Academy of Psychology, India. This strong partnership reflects a shared vision to foster scientific collaboration, strategic academic networks, and promote cross-cultural dialogue in psychology. We are also privileged to welcome an outstanding lineup of international speakers whose expertise represent diverse perspectives across countries and disciplines. Our distinguished speakers include Prof. Claudie Elpoktim from the Department of Psychiatry, Amsterdam University Medical Center, Dr. Helena Granciera from the School of Education, Faculty of Arts, Design and Architecture, University of New South Wales, Australia. Prof. Ike Ernest Oniyisi from Faculty of Social Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Nigeria. Prof. Sanjay Kumar from the Department of Psychology, Universitas of Allahabad, India. Dr. Andi Matulasi, MSc Psikolog, President of the Asian Regional Union of Psychological Society, and President of the Indonesian Psychological Association, HIMSI, and Rani Melisa Fitri, SD, MSc PhD, from the Faculty of Psikologi Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Their contribution will enrich our discussions by bridging theory, research, and practice across cultural contexts, and by offering critical insight into the future of mental health in an increasingly interconnected world. The theme of this conference emphasizes the three dimensions of contemporary psychology. First, cultural perspective highlight the importance of understanding mental health within diverse socio-cultural contexts. Second, advance in artificial intelligence and neuroscience challenge us to innovate in psychological research, assessment, and intervention. And the third, the focus on human potential invite us to move beyond design-based model towards a holistic and strength-oriented approach to psychological well-being. Throughout this conference, I hope participants will engage in keynote lectures, parallel sessions, and scholarly exchange that we will hope inspire collaborative research, high-quality publications, and impactful practice that benefit individuals and communities. Finally, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all speakers, partners, reviewers, participants, and members of the organization committee for the dedication and support. May this conference serve as a meaningful platform for advancing knowledge, strengthening collaboration, and shaping the future of psychology. With great respect and enthusiasm, I hereby declare the Third International Conference on Psychology officially open. Thank you very much. I wish you all successful and inspiring conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, our Dean, Ms. Reni Yuniasanti, Mpsi, PhD Psikolog, for the speech and officially open the third ICoP International Conference on Psychology 2025. Without further ado, let us officially open and start the session with the ceremony, with the form of traditional dance. We call it Tari Jejer Gandrung Kembang Menur. It's a cultural icon of Banyuwangi. Kembang Menur is symbolized the young women of Banyuwangi who are known for their kindness, graceful movement, and dynamic character, and also very beautiful.
Okay, the choreographer expressed the spirit of this dance through a traditional saying, kembang menur, yo kembang melati, dadio dulur sampai tumekane pati.
Which can be translated into English as Kembang Menur is like the jasmine flower. Let us be brother and sister until the end of the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Tari Jejer Gandrung Kembang Menur of Banyuwangi.
Wis wayahe awak rekote salam penghormatan solong yo wadon. Ye tarik suarane awak riko wadon. Yo salam penghormatan don ambi tamu undangan muga-muga awak riko selamat kabeh yo wadon. Iradon wajan. Ye ye ye. Tas. Toas. Toas. Ye. Iya, garapan ngeranjang gula aranono yode. Ya, muga-muga selamat kabeh awak riko wadon.
Round of applause one more time. Everyone clap. That was wonderful. Which is your favorite part of the dance, girls?
Um, Especially for me is the movement because the movement is very soft, but the movement also is very energetic. Like they're very
Yeah.
excited.
I
and
can
also-
feel the energy from the
Yeah.
screen. Like it's incredible. How about you?
Yeah, probably the headpiece, the costume, they all look so cool.
Yeah,
they
it's so
look
bright, you know.
pretty, and they look
Yeah.
so gorgeous with all of
The headpiece is
icons.
incredible.
The headpiece
Yeah.
especially.
Speaking of the movement, I like the movement when they do the like this, like
Uh-huh.
things.
So-
Thing.
the
That was
shoulder,
great.
the-
I really love it. I wish that I can move like that.
They're flexible to do the dance.
Yeah. I hope everyone here also love the performance. Okay, let we move on to another session. What is it?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the plenary session, we would like to remind you of the participant guidelines and rules.
First, please ensure that you have a stable internet connection to avoid interruption during the seminar. And also, please use your real name when joining the Zoom session. This will help us recognize and manage the participant better from the screen.
Please keep your microphone mute during the presentation to avoid background noise. You are welcome to keep your camera on, but if you experience connection issue, you might turn it off to save the bandwidth. There will be a Q&A session at the end of presentation. Please type your question in the chat box during the presentation. The speaker will address the collected question during the Q&A session. There, you can use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak or have a direct question during the Q&A session. Avoid sending off-topic message in the chat box to maintain focus on the presentation. We encourage all the participants to actively in Q&A session.
Okay, this seminar will be recorded, so if you don't wish for your face or voice to be recorded, please turn off your camera and microphone. Presentation material and seminar recording will be shared after the event. Please make sure to fill out the attendance form that will be shared at the end of the seminar to receive these materials. Please maintain etiquette and professionalism through the event. Inappropriate comments and action will not be tolerated, and violator will be removed from the seminar.
Welcome back. Now we come to start the first seminar with the first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with the plenary session. The moderator for the session is Dr. Martaria Rizky Rinaldi, MPSI Psikolog. Dr. Martaria Rizky Rinaldi is a psychologist, lecturer at the Faculty of Psychology, Fpsi.mercubuana-yogya.ac.id, Yogyakarta. She is the clinical psychologist, university lecturer with more than 7 years experience in teaching, research, psychological services. She is also active in authoring psychology books, publishing internationally indexed journal article from Scopus Q1 until Q2, and serving a reviewer from the national and international journal. Recipient of the multiple award in academic and popular scientific writing. Her education in PhD in psychology from 2022 until 2025 from Universitas Gadjah Mada Yogyakarta with BPI scholarship awardee. And she also published international publication such as International Journal of the Clinical and Experimental Hypnosis, Q1 as the first author. She's also received many awards, such as Best Article Award from Kemenpora 2024, Call for Paper winner from LDFEB Universitas Indonesia 2024, and also selected author from Miracle Mencari Naskah, from MNC Kompas Gramedia 2024, and many more. Dr. Martaria Rizky Rinaldi, MPSI Psikolog. Please be ready because the screen is all yours. Everyone enjoy the plenary session.
Good morning, Professor Bokting. Okay, thank you very much for joining us at such an early hour in your time. It's truly a very pleasure to have you with us today. And good morning, our distinguished participants joining us online from different countries and time zone. My name is Martaria Rizky Rinaldi, and you can call me Kiki. And I'm very honored to serve as the moderator for this session. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the trust to me in moderating this session. But before we begin, allow me briefly explain the flow of this session. Professor Bokting will deliver her session or her presentation for approximately 35 minutes, followed by 10 minutes question and answer session. And during the presentation participants are welcome to type their question in the chat box, and this question will be addressed during the Q&A session. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Professor Claudia L. Bokting, PhD. Yeah, Professor Bokting is a professor of clinical psychology in psychiatry at the Department of Psychiatry, Amsterdam, University Medical Center, University of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and a licensed clinical psychologist. She is the co-founder and director of the Interdisciplinary Center for Urban Mental Health at the University of Amsterdam, leading interdisciplinary and collaborative research on mental health in urban context. Her research focused on improving intervention for common mental health disorder, particularly depression and anxiety, through interdisciplinary approach and co-creation with patient organization. Professor Bogting has also served as a visiting professor of global health and social medicine at Harvard Medical School and currently serves as a member of editorial advisory board of the Lancet Psychiatry and as an elected member of the Inter-Academy Partnership Urban Health Working Group. And with this background, we are very much looking forward to her presentation. Professor Bogting, are you ready to share your insight with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Rin.
I will talk about challenges, but also opportunities. Next slide, please. So, what are we facing at the moment? So there is a global burden of disease study. Probably many of you heard about it, and they make estimations about the prevalence all over the world, also in Indonesia, about the prevalence of mental health conditions. And what did they find? They found that over 1 billion people in the world have a mental health condition. And the most common ones are depressive disorder and anxiety. And as you probably know, the onset, so the start of depression and anxiety is usually in children and young. And we have the challenge that the access to interventions is quite poor. Next slide, please. Now, a mental health condition is definitely more than a feeling. So we do know now that people with a mental health condition die 10 to 20 years earlier. They die 10 to 20 years earlier. It's maybe good to realize this again for schizophrenia or psychosis. It's also for anxiety and depression. And we also know if you have a mental health condition, the risk of later on getting a medical condition like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, so on, is much more higher. And this is published in the leading journal in medicine, the New England Journal of Medicine. And we also know it's associated with high individual burden of the family, of the community, but it's also associated with high economical cost. So if you want to invest in economy, if you think it's important to have economic prosperity, it's important that a country also invests in treatment of mental health. Next slide, please. And the world is in this moment more and more urban. So in only 25 years, 68% of human beings live in urban settings. And this is not a surprise to you. Yesterday, I drove through Denpasar from one part to the other part, and it took us more than 1.5 hours, and let alone talking about Jakarta. We do know, we discovered this 2 years ago, that if within a country 50 to 60% of people live in urban settings or in cities, then this is associated to higher prevalence of anxiety, depression, but also addiction. And I'm talking about mental health disorders now. So that means it has a severe impact on your daily living. For instance, being able to take care of your children, or being able to go to school or go to work. And what we try to do with it, to study within the Center for Urban Mental Health, is to study how we could target this. For instance, with community interventions on neighborhood level, but also with how to build cities in a better way to promote human flourishing. Next slide, please. And this is Jakarta. Jakarta is now the most populated city in the world, with 40 million people there. So this is extensively, and on the one hand, this might create a little bit of a worry for mental health and for health. On the other hand, it might also raise opportunities. Next slide. One of the most common mental health conditions is depression. And we do know in Indonesia about 16 million people deal with a depressive disorder in life. Important to realize that 70% of the risk of suicide is actually explained by having a depression. So a depression is nothing like a common cold. I have a bit of a cold at the moment, and usually it just disappears with hot water and the nice drinks. But this is not the case for depression. At the moment you have a depression, you have a far more higher risk for suicide. Important to realize that most of the suicides are not committed in high-income countries, but in low and middle-income countries. Next slide, please. There's something else that is maybe of importance. This limited access to effective treatment is not only a problem of lower middle-income countries, where 90% of the people do not get access to the right treatment. This is also in high-income countries where only 50% do get it. And this difference between people who are in need for help and the accessibility of help is called the mental health gap by the World Health Organization. Next slide. Next slide, please. So there are some strategies to deal with a mental health gap. One way is to train non-specialists, for instance, volunteers, lay counselors, to give the treatments. And this has been done especially a lot of studies have been done by Vikram Patel in India with very good results as studied in randomized control trial. Another way to deal with this is using technology. For instance, the internet, apps, but of course also chatbots. And one of the things you could also consider is combine using technology with also human support, non-specialist support. And I will talk about that later on a bit more. Next slide, please. In the meantime, the access to internet, that is what you see here. This is already from last year. Here you see worldwide the access to internet. And in Asia, it's about 70%. They are a little bit higher in Eastern Asia. But we do know that this access to internet is rapidly increasing. And if people do not have internet themselves, they can go to a shopping mall or to other places where there is free Wi-Fi. So there's definitely a potential for using technology for mental health, whether it's digital interventions or it is generative AI. Next slide, please. So we have one very simple treatment for depression, and that's called behavior therapy. The principles are very simple. They are based on operant conditioning. If you remember Skinner, the expectancy learning, and if you don't remember, just Google it later on, then And what happens in behavior therapy is that you break the pattern from the expectancy that it's better to do nothing. Because when you're depressed, your intuition actually gives you the idea it's better to give up and to do nothing, but because you think you might feel worse. And what you do with behavior therapy, you step by step increase relaxing and pleasurable activities. And this is planned without any connection to how you feel. And this sounds very simple, but it's very effective, and it turns out to be also culture proof. So it has been tested as a psychotherapy face to face all over the world in very different cultures, and it seems to work. Next slide, please. And it is already 13 years ago that Rita Ajadi decided to start with a PhD. She's a clinical psychologist from Jakarta. And she contacted me and said, you know, I want to do a study to improve accessibility of psychotherapy in Indonesia, given that mental health problems is also a problem in Indonesia, just like in many other countries. And we discussed this a bit more, and I suggested maybe we'd make use of digital intervention. And yeah, of course, when you do something like that, next slide, please, it's not a simple thing. So you need many people to work with you to make sure that you create a digital intervention that's also adapted to the situation in Indonesia. And here you see many of the collaborators, also clinical psychologists, by the way. And Agnes Utari is now starting a new study. You see her a bit big on the second row. And I will talk a bit later what she will do next in Indonesia. But also this was a collaboration with many people that were non-specialists, research assistants, and of course the Atmanjaya University. I hope I pronounce it in a good way. So what did we develop? Next slide, please. We developed an intervention that could be done on the phone or the laptop, and it is a self-help intervention. What does it mean? That all exercises you do, you get personalized responses. So in a way, the patient can do the intervention him or herself. But this was guided by a non-specialist, by a lay counselor. And the person did this remotely, and this person was supervised by clinical psychologists. In total, it consists of 8 sessions, but important, most is done by the individual, the patient, him or herself. The only thing the lay counselor does is actually motivating people to keep on doing it. And why is that important? We know if people work with digital intervention or chatbots, after one time using it, 80% to 90% doesn't use it anymore. They stop. Whereas when there is human guidance, and that can also be a lay counselor, 85% of the people do continue. And that's important because it's effective. So why is there still a clinical psychologist involved? That is because of supervision, and also the clinical psychologist could be contacted if the patient was suicidal, because sometimes more than that is needed. Next slide, please. On the next slide, you see an example with a screenshot of how it looks like. It's called Act and Feel Indonesia, or Guided Act and Feel in Indonesia. And on the right, you see a menu box and what's in it every session. Okay, and just to give you a bit of an idea, this was based on a Dutch intervention, so in Belanda. But we had to change some things in collaboration with the feedback of the lay counselors, the clinical psychologists, and also in the pilots. Next slide, please. For instance, in the Netherlands, we use videos, and there experts and patients explain what is important to pay attention to, but also how to deal with difficulties. But here, sometimes the internet speed is too slow, or it simply takes too much internet broadband. And therefore, we used cartoons to explain part of it. On the top, you see the therapist, and below, you see examples of what people say, patients say. Next slide, please. And we also changed the pleasurable or relaxing activities. For instance, in the Netherlands, you see many people walking the dog, whereas in most of Indonesia, people don't do this for relaxing. And we changed this to the following one. Next slide, please. Yeah, also another one, and another one. Next slide, please. Yes, for instance, going to the pasar or taking some food from the street. Thank you very much. You might wonder, is this acceptable for people in Indonesia? Next slide, please. And we studied this. Actually, Reta Arjadi did a great job studying this. And what did she find? She found that, and this is already done 10 years ago, because it took a while to process the data and get it published. But what did we find? Many Indonesians 10 years ago seemed to be open-minded to internet-based interventions for depression. Next slide. But most importantly, you want to know, is it effective? Does it really work? And to be able to draw causal conclusions on the effects, you need to do a randomized control trial. And what did we do? We included over 300 individuals in Indonesia with a depressive disorder. And they either got only psychoeducation, just text on a website, or they got the digital guided act and field. So that is the self-help intervention on a phone with automatized, personalized responses. So you could sort of compare it to personalized chats with all kind of intervention exercises and so on. And this was supported by lay counselors over the time frame of about 3 to 4 months. And we wanted to know who will have the best outcome. The people that by chance got guided act and feel with human support of lay counselors, or the people that just read something on a website. Next slide, please. And what did we find? Now, here you see all participants, mostly from different parts of Java. There were also some people from Bali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and actually some people from Japan, Singapore, Australia, a couple of them. They could also participate because we offer it via the internet, and the lay counselors support via telephonic support. Next slide. And what did we see? We saw that indeed the people that got digital act and feel with guidance from lay people from the community had a substantial lower of depression score. But also 6 months later, then the intervention was already stopped a long time, we saw a 50% higher chance of full remission. And this is important because full remission is important to make sure there is low relapse. We also saw clearly that the effect was generated by change in behavioral activation, and this preceded the effect on depression. And we found that it's also effective for individuals in Indonesia that have a relatively low socioeconomic status. So not only for the happy few. Next slide, please. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, please send me an email. I can send you the papers. And then it was November 2022. And then there was the massive outroll of generative AI. Like ChatGPT was available everywhere, or later on DeepSeek. Yes, so that creates opportunities, but also challenges. So how do people actually save AI? So these chatbots like DeepSeek, ChatGPT, Claude. Next slide, please. How do they use it? Very interesting. It's less than 2 years now. And what did we find out? Most people in the world use it for emotional support and companionship, whereas it was not designed for that. So this is important to realize. Out of any kind of use of generative AI, for instance, for booking your holiday, writing an interview, working on manuscripts, coding, any kind of application, it is worldwide the most used for emotional support and companionship. Next slide. And we also have specific chatbots that were generated specifically for therapy. For instance, here you see an AI bot. So this is not a real person on Character AI. And this chatbot is trained with all kind of cognitive behavioral therapies. And if you did not try it out, please do, because it's not so bad. It can perfectly do problem solving, the Socratic dialogue, challenging your beliefs, and so on. And there's also TheraBot. That is the first one that is a chatbot that is tested in a randomized controlled trial with initial good results. So there is definitely an opportunity, because within a second it can be available for, 200 million people. But there are also some challenges. Next slide, please. Now, for instance, these TheraBots, they had to check with a therapist all chat conversations by a real therapist. And most people actually chat in the evening and the night. And they chat a lot. So that is a lot of work for a psychotherapist to check everything. And why did they do that? Because these AI chatbots are not safe yet. For instance, there are now more and more case studies published showing that these chatbots actually might trigger psychosis in people. There are lawsuits against Character AI and Open AI because family members say that their adolescents actually committed suicide because of a lot of chatbot conversations. And this sounds maybe a bit crazy, but a chatbot is actually reinforcing you a lot. So say if I'm saying, I don't feel well, actually I don't want to live anymore. The chatbot might say, oh, that's so horrible for you. I fully understand that you don't want to live anymore. And I could say, yeah, but I'm thinking about killing myself, jumping into the sea. Then the chatbot might say, it's so horrible for you. Maybe it's better you jump from a tower, because then you're guaranteed death. So these are examples of what a chatbot could do. So a chatbot, a generative AI chatbot, has no boundaries. And there are also problems, because these chatbots are actually the owners, is the big tech companies. And their selling point is actually sharing data. And we are now already, a couple of months ago, I found on Google all the details of someone, a patient, telling all kind of things about him or herself. So there is a leak of sensitive data. So all in all, we have these generative AI chatbots, but there are absolutely no studies, independent studies, randomized control studies, that examine whether there might be adverse effects. Next slide, please. And there is also some worry that individuals, especially young people, might become emotional over-reliant because chatbots become faster, more adaptive, and they are also getting more and more autonomous. And this is already mentioned not only by a psychologist, but even by companies like OpenAI. They say these generative AI chatbots are unpredictable and unimaginable. So we have now worldwide all these generative AI chatbots and therapy chatbots, and they might be potentially beneficial, but it might also have adverse effects, and we don't know what's the effect overall. Next slide. But there is also good news, because the current digital interventions, without any AI, they can personalize, and we know it has robust effects. And here you see in lower middle income countries the robust effects of digital interventions with human support. So there's no AI, and then we manage to keep it safe. So digital interventions definitely are effective. And you see here, the more darker the color, the more studies have been conducted. And we see clearly convincing effects for depression, addiction, and some convincing effects for anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder. Next slide, please. And now we're actually started a new project in Indonesia with Agnes. You see here below, she's actually attending also at this great international psychology conference. And Agnes is a clinical psychologist from Bali, and she wants to examine again whether this digital intervention is effective. But now we want to examine what would be the optimal guidance. Is it indeed the best to use people from the community, volunteers or lay counselors, like we did last time? Or might it also be a possibility to train hairdressers to guide, act and feel, and again supervised by clinical psychologists? And this is something we're going to study in a randomized controlled trial, and hopefully this time we will include even more people outside of Java, so of the other islands in Indonesia. Next slide, please. And why do you think this might be also relevant for instance, where I come from, the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands? Now, we think we also have the low access to mental health. I know the access is better than in many other countries, but still, we're also facing, for instance, a 50% mental health gap. And we're facing aging. So people are getting older and older. So we don't have enough people to do the therapy. And that's why we learn a lot from these projects. And at the same time, we also do a project in the Netherlands in specific migrant populations with a high prevalence of depression. And there also we train hairdressers to guide this digital intervention. And at the same time, we're going to study this in Rwanda. And next slide, I'm going to an end. Hopefully it is clear, but I will sum the main messages. So the good news is psychotherapy is effective for common mental health conditions, anxiety and depression. Also, if you give it in a digital version, you don't need AI yet. It's completely safe to do it in a digital intervention that is automatized. But it needs to be guided by human beings. It doesn't necessarily have to be a specialist, like a clinical psychologist. It can also be a lay counselor from the community, but then you still need supervisions from clinical psychologists. AI chatbots definitely have potentials. I also do European projects on AI chatbots, but at the moment, safety is completely not guaranteed. So that is very important to keep in mind. We do have digital interventions that are definitely tested and reliable. So even for Indonesia, so you could consider this. And I think the projects and the collaborations together might help us also in high-income countries to facilitate innovation so that we can access more people. Now, I would like to ask you to have a look at also our website with the full lab, but also I would like to ask you if you're interested or critical or whatever, please send me an email, maybe also the previous slide where my email is there. Don't feel shy to send me an email. You can also send it in Bahasa. I can easily translate it, or if you want the papers. And now my last slide, I would like to thank my full team that is doing really a hard job to work on intervention research and urban mental health. And I would also like to thank specifically Reta Arjadi and Agnes Utari for their great collaboration, and I'm looking forward to the next step. And I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much, Professor Bokting, for a highly insightful presentation. In this session, we have learned about the global urgency of mental health challenge, particularly the large treatment gap in low and middle income countries. Your work clearly demonstrate that the digital psychological intervention can be both effective and safe when combined with a human guidance, especially through task sharing with trained law counselor. At the same time, you highlight that while the generative AI and chatbot hold promise for mental health support, they also raise important concern regarding safety, ethics, and long-term impact. Okay, overall, this presentation emphasized the need for responsible, evidence-based digital innovation that integrates technology with human care to advance global mental health. Really cool. Okay, we will now move to the question and answer session, which will last for approximately 10 minutes. Participant may ask in two ways. First, you may type your question in the chat box and I will read them on your behalf. And second, you may use a raise hand feature and I will invite you to ask your question directly. Okay, I think there are several questions in chat box. I will read one by one. Okay, the first one from Eko. Wait, I will. Sometimes we forget depression. What the reason of depression? What the cause or etiology depression that we have feel and we it is some of cause for something that we sorry, I need maybe some translation because this question are really this is okay. We are the one who do it and the result of a cause and effect, and then we can control ourselves with strategic coping that this is a God will, this is a destiny. Echo asks how we change a monotone response like that into a active behavior and create a healthy mindset.
In depression, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how you change it is by, first of all, doing it step by step. And it's very important to explain to people with depression that your feeling, your intuition gives you the idea it's better that I don't do anything anymore. That's the tricky, it's a catch-22 with depression. You're betrayed by your internal feeling. And what you explain is that actually you are betrayed by your feeling. Depression gives you for free the advice it's better to do nothing, whereas if you do nothing, it will get worse. And then step by step, you look for activities that are potentially relaxing. So they don't have to feel that it's good for them to do, they just try it out. So in this way, you break the cycle. So it's a very simple intervention, but I forgot to tell, so I really like this question. I forgot to tell, it's very difficult to make it work with people in depression. So it's very important to keep on explaining. You have to break the cycle. You feel it's better to do nothing, but your feeling is betraying you. I sometimes compare it to, I really hate to go to a sports school. I really hate it. And you do it. So you're there, and I look at all these sporty other people, and they have a lot of muscles, and I don't know what, and then I am there. So I don't do it to feel good at the moment. I feel horrible in a sports school. But then when I get home and I had a shower, then I feel better. So what you sort of teach people is to learn how to sort of train their positive effects, because that is completely gone in depression. I hope this answered the question.
Yeah. Thank you,
And
Professor.
by the way, in the digital intervention, we have cartoons of women and men that explain this, of patients that explain this. I don't feel well, I don't want it, but I need to train. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we have one question. Miss Rani Merli, raise hand. Miss Rani Merli, you could ask your question. Miss Rani, please.
Okay, thank you. So I was still being muted. Hi, Claudia, how are you?
Hi, fine.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. So in your research in the intervention, you use lay counselor, so it means lay person to be a counselor, and you train them. And I'm very much interested in that. So before they can, and of course under supervision, right, from the psychologist. And I'm interested to know how long train this layperson to be a counselor, to be like they appropriate enough to be a counselor. And is there any challenging, or do you have any certain system how to select these people to be a counselor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the main selection criterion was that people are interested to do it. The training is about half a day, but importantly, usually just before we start the study, we do retrain again 2 hours. So say it's about 6 hours. There's monthly supervision, and that is required. And there is a possibility to have additional supervision, for instance, in case of suicidality. Yeah. Great question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. There one question in chat box from Angela Ratri. You mentioned that the mental health gap. Could you explain why this gap remains so large despite advance in technology and awareness? Please, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's a great question. There are two answers. The first answer, I do think technology definitely helps if we do it in a safe way. And it's, for instance, digital interventions with guidance, what I talked about, and what we studied in Indonesia. It really takes time before it's also implemented nationwide. And because then you have to connect to the national system. And by the way, this is not only in Indonesia the case, this is also in the Netherlands. And this is exactly the reason why we do another study. Actually, Agnes indicated, she's from Bali, we have to do it. Because maybe if we study this a couple of times, we do it with all kind of clinical psychologists from Indonesia that are very enthusiastic to participate. And if you are interested, please contact us. But we do it also with volunteers and lay counselors. And that's also the way already to start implementing it. So that's one reason. Another reason is there is stigma on mental health in the whole world. So that means only a little bit of a budget, and this is not only in Indonesia, this is also in the Netherlands, is spent on treatment of mental health conditions. And this is just because of stigma. I cannot explain it differently. If we do know that people die 10 to 20 years earlier with mental health conditions, if we do know that people with mental health conditions later on have a higher risk of all kind of costly medical conditions, and if we do know it costs you also economic prosperity, the only reason that there is not invested more is because of stigma. And this is something we deal with in the whole world. I just gave an interview in the Netherlands a couple of days ago, exactly about this topic in the Netherlands. So that's why I'm really excited and feel deeply honored to be able to give this talk at this International Psychology Conference, because we together as psychologists, we have to keep on sharing the one-liners, and hopefully this will change in time. And there is some good news. I just heard a couple of days ago that that there will be an investment in Indonesia of 11,000 clinical psychologists being in the coming 5 years from the government, and that they, maybe I misunderstood, but I had the impression that at least in hospitals or primary care, 11,000 clinical psychology will be implemented. So that's a step. And it's definitely something to celebrate. But I think we together have to fight this stigma in the world.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. We have one question. This is Pak Eridani, raise hand. Pak Eridani, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kiki, for your time, and good morning, Professor Pogting.
Good morning.
Thank you for your amazing presentation. In the last stage of your speech, you mentioned about digital interventions, which is I think that is so beneficial for Indonesian people in rural areas like East Indonesia. My question is, how about the ethical issue? If the therapist or psychologist is from Jogja, like maybe you mentioned about the number of psychologists or professional helper in Indonesia located in Java Island. So how about that condition if the therapist from Java and they serve a client from rural area from East Indonesia, or maybe examples we can take extreme instance like Indonesian students who learn in Netherlands, and they face some psychological issue and they meet therapists from Indonesia. Now, how do you think about that? I think that's something great to discuss about it. Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you very much. This is indeed a very important issue. And this is also something we discussed intensively 13 years ago. So usually when access to mental health is limited, you still refer to any kind of care that is in the local situation. That could be a general practitioner, it could be maybe somewhere in the neighborhood, the kader people. But we do think this is justified to do it like this because most of the people do not get anything. But if there is more needed than the care by the clinical psychologist from a remote place, then it will be referred what is available in that environment, even when it's minimal. And I think that is ethical because the alternative would be that there's nothing, right? But we hope that will change soon. And maybe good to be, we of course also examined in the last study, including over 300 patients. We had no one with adverse effects or people that committed suicide or whatever. So there were no instances that these practices somehow led to these kind of horrible outcomes. So that's why we're sort of reassured that we can work like this. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
At this time, I can accept the explanation from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But maybe that will be a lot of space to discuss more about this issue, I think.
Yeah. Now, for instance, there was one person from Japan participating. So say if there was a crisis, the clinical psychologist would talk to the person. But if this was not solved, then this will be referred to what is available in Japan. And in this case, that would be the general practitioner. So this is how it works. So we refer to existing care. And if there's no mental health care, then we ask for a general practitioner.
Okay. So maybe we still need cooperation between the local therapists, like in Indonesia, cooperation with professional practitioner in the country, like in the Netherlands, for the Indonesian students, like that, maybe.
Yeah. I didn't think of it. Last time there were no Indonesian students included that were abroad. But we didn't think of that. That, of course, could be an option. Yeah,
Okay.
Good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pangga, and thank you, Professor Broting, for your thoughtful responses, and thank you for all participants who joined this session. And now we have to giving appreciation for Professor Broting as a token of our appreciation for your valuable contribution to the Third International Conference on Psychology. We would like to present a certificate of appreciation to you. Please. This certificate will as displayed on the screen and will be officially sent to you via email.
Wow.
Once again, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your expertise and insight with us today. It's been a great honor to have you. Thank you, Professor.
Many thanks. Excellent organization, and many thanks also for the certificate. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now we will this session. This concludes our keynote session, and I will now hand the session back to our master of ceremony for the next agenda. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marta Ria Rizky Rinaldi, MPSI Psikolog from Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, and also as a moderator. And also thank you for Professor Claudie L. Blochting from the Department of Psychiatry of Amsterdam University Medical Center, the Netherlands. That was a very insightful session. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. Before we move on to another section, we will have a little break session, just a little break session while we enjoy the choir performance by Nafri Medley Nusantara. And we will be back after this performance with the second session. Everyone enjoy Nafri Medley Nusantara.
Toke cha, para gentir posto, anung kacang,
was an amazing performance from Naviri. Now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now continue with our second session. The moderator for this session is Dr. Agustina Sulastri, psycholog. Allow me to briefly read the moderator CV. Dr. Agustina Sulastri, psycholog, is psychologist, senior lecturer, president of the Indonesia Neuropsychology Association. She is licensed psychologist and lecturer in psychology at Sukia Pranata Catholic University of Semarang, with a neuropsychology focus and national level leadership experience, produced 10 international journal publication, and holds 17 intellectual property registration, and contribute to advancing neuropsychological assessment initiative in Indonesia. Currently serves as president of the Indonesian Neuropsychology Association. Her last education background is PhD, Rebut University Nijmegen, the Netherlands. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second session. Dr. Agustina, the screen is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Miss Master of Ceremony. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you are in a good health and condition. So let's proceed to the second keynote speaker. Before we begin with, and I'm going to introduce first our second keynote speaker. Yes, here it is. So I guess everyone knows him. He's the famous one because the second speaker is Dr. Andi Matulesi, Magister Science Psychologist. He is, of course, our president, our beloved president of the Indonesian Psychological Associations, which we call it as HIMSI. Dr. Andi had obtained his degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada for bachelor degree, master, and also doctoral degree. And also he was a postdoctoral fellow at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Besides his role as the president of the Indonesian Psychological Associations, he is also now chair, the treasurer of ARUPS. This is HIMSI at the Asian level, as you may know. So ARUP stands for ASEAN Regional of Union Psychological Society. And also he is now the, representative of the Southeast Asia regional representative. And of course, he has so many working experiences, but he is now currently still affiliated to University of Airlangga in Surabaya. All right, so is our keynote speaker, beloved speaker. Okay, so that is. And today he will present a topic about how to grow the collaboration for the global psychological community, of course, in order to improve the public health, the public mental health. And he is the one who is really a rightful person to talk about this, as he is now, he is also like the initiator of, we called it as Krishna, yes, Pak Andi. So HIMSI now has a very special division. We call it Krishna Corps bencana untuk respon bencana. So we call it now Krishna. So we already we have embarked many programs throughout Indonesia in response to disaster in Indonesia. So Pak Andi, you will have 30 to 35 minutes of delivering your topic, and then followed with question and answer session. Thank you. So the set is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Agustina Sulastri. Could committee help me to share my presentation? Okay, perfect. So, I will now discuss theories and concepts about mental health as assessment or intervention, but I focus on how to build collaboration with various stakeholders from national and regional or international to improve public mental health. Next slide. So I will begin my presentation with African proverb. Yeah, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So it means that if you want something bigger, greater, we must collaborate. This is because collaboration is a crucial part to achieving greater goals. So collaboration is crucial for solving problems not only in local contexts, but also regionally and globally. So, however, building collaboration is not easy, but it's not hard to. It requires a willingness to align ego, accept other presence, and nothing in turn win and lose. Next. My presentation will focus on various crises and problem in Indonesia and globally. This crisis will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the mental health and individual or community. Crises such as disasters, violence, war, social conflict that have a significant impact on mental health. So therefore, collaboration between profession and institution is necessary, taking into account the limitation of each institution authority, not only in national context, but also in globally. So ultimately, this various form of collaboration will provide valuable lesson for individual, for communities, for professional organization, humanitarian organization, and institution or minister. Next. First, I will describe about tsunami in Aceh. In 2004, Aceh experienced a devastating tsunami triggered by a 9.1 until 9.3 magnitude earthquake in the Indian Ocean, sending giant waves as high as 30 meters crashing into the coast of Sumatra, particularly Aceh. Hundreds of thousands people died. In administrative, BNPB has 173,000 more would die, and more than 394 refugees, and of course, massive infrastructure was destroyed. So this disaster was one of worst recorded history, sparking a massive global humanitarian response and leaving important lesson for disaster mitigation and long-term recovery. In 2024, studies from Faculty of Psychology of University of Aceh, I forget that, but from public university, that 73.5% of Aceh tsunami survivors had low level of mental health. So furthermore, the team research finding also revealed that 42.2% of Aceh tsunami survivors had high level of anxiety. 36% had high level of depressive disorder, and 19% were identified as having loss of behavior and emotional control. So I think in that tsunami, we learn about assistance from various institutions such as humanitarian organization, religious organization, disaster volunteers, military and police, health workers, psychologists, including the ASEAN Psychological Organization, that then provided the basic idea formation for ARUPS in Jakarta in 2006. So ARUPS, collaboration ARUPS is start because they go to Tsunami Aceh and as volunteer from Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, and Philippines. So that is a base idea for the formation of ARUPS in Jakarta in 2006. Next. The second example is disaster empowerment. In October 21, 2018, an earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction disaster struck in 4 areas of central Sulawesi: Palu City, Donggala, Sigi, Parigi, and all which were directly affected. At the outset of the disaster, more than 2,000 people were reported dead in the first earthquake. So more than 1,000 missing, and more than 200,000 have no house because numerous building infrastructure were destroyed by the disaster. So collaboration of various professional institutions, for my example is under the Prosapena. Prosapena is forum that we have 15 professional institutions in Ministry of PPPA, ya, pemberdayaan perempuan dan perlindungan anak. They give assistance to all refugees, and in the context of health, because this 15 professional, there is ADI is Asosiasi Dosen Indonesia, PGRI is guru, ya, guru, FKI is guru, Himpaudi is guru PAUD, IB is bidan, IDAI is dokter anak, and JDN is Junior Doctor Network Indonesia, and Persaki is from Gizi, and Himsi too, and advocate from AAI, and Ikatan Ahli Hakim Peradi, and collaborate to give assistance in the context health, education, and law. I think because the impact of the disasters is not only for health, physical health, but psychological health, and including education. Everyone has a problem of education, and someone has a problem of in the law issues. Next. This is COVID-19 pandemic. So as you know that COVID-19 was first detected in Wuhan, China, in December 31 in 2019, and was declared a pandemic by WHO on March 11, 2020, as of November 14, 2020, more than 53 million cases have been reported in more than 195 countries and territories worldwide, resulting in more than 1,300,000 deaths and more than 34 million recoveries. So the number of coronavirus cases in Indonesia is more than 6,800,000 and more than 161 deaths and more than 6 million recovery. So the coronavirus data places Indonesia is the rank is 2020 from 231 countries and territory worldwide affected by the coronavirus pandemic. So in this case, the National Disaster Management Agency, BNPB, has formed a behavioral change team to comprise experts from various fields and disciplines. In this team is virologists, epidemiologists, psychologists, psychiatrists, physician, public policy expert, and sociologists, anthropologists, and communication expert. This expert provide input on government policies during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, the impact of national, how about impact of National Sport Week, PON, Bukan Olahraga Nasional? How about social restriction are lifted? So how about public acceptance of vaccines and how to increase compliance with mass use? So I think this is a good lesson learned that pandemic is not only one professional task, but it need a collaboration with another expert. Next. ARUPS. Yes. So I will tell about ARUPS. ARUPS is found in August 2006. This is during the inaugural ARUPS Congress in Jakarta. So the first ARUPS Congress in Jakarta. So Union ICS is help to make psychology societies across ASEAN to advance mental health, psychological research, and professional development. So the funding is from Himsi, Indonesia, Psima from Malaysia, PEP from Philippines, SPS from Singapore, and Thailand Psychological Association from Thailand. And we know that key contribution from Dr. Elizabeth Nair from ICS to facilitate early capacity building to capacity building to make ARUPS. So ARUPS has mission that to be leading regional platform that unite advance in ASEAN through collaboration, innovation, and cultural responsive practice for the well-being for individual and communities. So to realize the vision, the ARUPS organization is committed with the strategy that strengthen collaboration and mutual support among national psychological societies in the region to promote culturally relevant and evidence-based psychological services that address regional needs and challenges, to advocate for the role of psychology in public policy, mental health, and community development in ASEAN. So in the next 3 years, we have first meeting in Bangkok last week. So ARUPS will focus to expand the numbers of member because in ASEAN we have 11 ASEAN countries, but only 5 have joined now in ARUP. So I think the expanding the number of members is important thing to ARUP to grow up. So the second is forming a crisis management team. Yeah, we will form a crisis management team to address various disaster and social conflict. And the third is implementing MRPQ because in ARUPS, we agree about MRPQ, mutual recognition psychological qualification. So MRPQ is the basis for professional education. So the other is discussing about formula for psychologists who can work across ASEAN countries and aligning perception about professional education and criticizing the code of ethics of psychology, how to manage a code of ethics of psychology across ASEAN. Next. In 2018, Indonesia is member of APA, Asia Pacific Psychology Alliance. Start on 27 July 2016. I think it's more than 10 organizations from another country attend this in Asia Pacific Psychology Leadership Forum. So this is a forum is in International Congress of Psychology in Yokohama. So we have Yokohama Declaration about Asia Pacific Psychology Alliance. So in Bali, 2018, in Arabs Congress, Constitution of APA was signed with I think it's 12 countries, yes. But now APA has 17 professional members, organization from various countries, so that more collaboration are carried out, such as webinar and symposium. So because we have a multicultural background, because Asia Pacific is our member is come from Australia, from South Asia, from Southeast Asia, from Japan, from Hong Kong, from China, from Australia, and New Zealand. So this is we don't have like Arubs. Arubs has a same cultural background. So but APA we don't have cultural or another background who type this collaboration. So APA, activity of APA is only webinar and symposium. The next symposium is in Florence, in ICoP, International Conference of Applied Psychology. Next. In the world, we have International Union of Psychological Science, ICS. It's starting in in this organization start in 1889. Yeah. So, but in 1951, in International Congress in Stockholm, the ICS was officially established and has a statute. So overall mission of ICS is specified as development, representation, and advancement of psychology as a basic and applied science regionally, nationally, and internationally. And they have international declaration of core competencies of professional psychology who set competence, who endorsed in 2016 between IUCS and International Association of Applied Psychology. So the declaration is a set of core competencies which can be used to describe and identify the essential element of professional psychological practice around the world. So there's growing evidence, a broad global interest in the project based on requests for more information, and it has already been used toward development regulation, and this is benchmarking criteria in several national associations. So I've seen give a chance to every country, especially for professional organization, psychological organization, to be a member of ad hoc committee about conflict resolution, about capacity building for leadership and ethical conduct, and collaboration to given money for professional organization in another country who don't have enough money to manage the organization. Next. We have what time that I will finish, Agustina?
Yeah, you still have like 5 minutes, Dr. Andi.
Okay.
I hope that will
Okay.
be right.
Okay. So we have BRICS Psychology Union. Yeah, we have, because Indonesia was declaration of BRICS Plus Psychology Union in Moscow into 28 November 2024. So, but the activity is strengthened scientific contribution. So we have a collaboration in the BRICS Plus psychologists oriented toward research collaboration. So next, we have GPA. So this is we are a member of GPA, but there are important issues at GPT activities: climate change, migration, and artificial intelligence, including ethical conduct of artificial intelligence. Next, and FPA, we have collaboration with FPA. Yeah, in collaboration with FPA relates to the development of psychological science and professional, particularly in journal writing and journal management. So as is well known that scientific journals are crucial for increasing understanding of science and profession, as well as use evidence-based assessment intervention. Next. So in Russian Psychological Society, we have collaborated extensively in webinar and seminar and plan to conduct joint research related mental health. Next. So I think that's the House of Representatives based the Psychology of Law. We have a Psychological Act on July 7, 2022. The law mandates the division of authority and cooperation between 5 entities of implementing psychology education and services. So this 5 entities is Association of Psychology Higher Education Provider, is AP2TPI, IMSI, Professional Association with IMSI, and the central government. So the next, this is cooperation with national entities. Next, this is same. So I think we have a conclusion that various crises like economic crisis, political crisis, social conflict, environmental crisis have had a negative impact on mental health of global community, not only on on this region, not only in this country, but it's have impact on global community. The increasingly complex nature of mental health issues, I think it's necessary collaboration between institution and professional organization to conduct psychological assessment and intervention in the form of promotion, prevention, correction, rehabilitation in the context of individual, organization, and community. But the last conclusion is regulation governing the authority of each institution and standard operating procedure of collaborative crisis management are needed. So I hope this is this information given idea or innovation how to make collaboration not only in national context but in regional or international context. Thank you. Back to
All
Agustina.
right.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Andi Matulesi, for a very thorough explanation about how to help each other in terms of when there is a crisis or challenges of crisis, calamities, or national disasters. Disasters, calamities, or crisis in the world in various aspects of human lives. And Dr. Andi clearly signify, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of collaborations in this case, interinstitutions, internations to help people when crisis, calamities, or disasters happen. And Dr. Andi also showed us that there have been so many initiatives or successful programs in response to various misfortunes happened in Indonesia, for instance, for the 2004 Aceh tsunami, and also misfortunes, disaster happened in Palu, or during COVID-19 pandemic as we know it. And also, this is very important that Dr. Andi also mentioned, even now I grabbed the idea that there are so many credible organizations under which we can all together collaborate with. And in Indonesia, of course, we have Himsi, and at the Asian level, we can collaborate under umbrella of ARUPS. And at the Asia level, we can collaborate under the APA. So this is the more you mentioned, the more I did know about that. So I'm really fortunate that you mentioned all those organizations. At the Asia, we have Asia Pacific Psychology Alliance. At the worldwide level, we can make affiliation with the International Union of Psychological Science, or IU-SICE, and also, of course, BRICS plus Psychology Union and GPA, and of course, the famous APA, in which Himsi had successfully invited many the authorities of the APA to Jakarta, as maybe one or two many people attend those seminar held by Himsi. And also the last one, even Dr. Andi mentioned about Russian Psychological Society. Oh, okay, RPS. All right. So many organizations, ladies and gentlemen, in which we can collaborate. And this is also crucial for us to know about this. Then we can make a better place. And Dr. Andi also mentioned about the importance of psychological act, in which there are 5 entities or bodies that should collaborate and in order to make a curriculum in response to this kind of mental health. And also that we have to make cooperation with the related ministry. All in all, Dr. Andi really clearly highlight the importance of collaborations. And we can see that there are so many successful programs that have been held. Thank you, Dr. Andi. All right. Now we can move on now, proceed to the question and answer session. So, okay, there is any of you who has something in mind, just raise your hand. but we already have like one participant, and this is a great one, Pak Andi. So the question is, hello, Dr. Andi, what are effective strategies? And this is from Raina, sorry. Yeah, Raina. What are the effective strategies for researchers to collaborate with, oh, sorry, there are something, this is the first one, sorry. From Putri Destiana, so this is really a good one, Pak Andi. There are currently many natural disasters occurring, such as in East Java, Sumatra, and Aceh. According to Mr. Andi, what should we do before helping others if we, as psychologists, also have trauma after a disaster that may have happened at the same time? Well, yeah, this is very human. Oh, Pak Andi, you are still muted, sorry.
Okay. So I think the first thing we must prepare ourselves before helping anyone else. So if you be a relawan, volunteer, you have prepared for everything. Yeah, because in the like in Aceh, we must prepare everything. We we must prepare about money, about food, about everything. So I think it's better if you must prepare yourself before you helping another.
Okay, so in short, then, because of the challenge that we live in Indonesia, so it is, or not only Indonesia, I mean, the point is that we should also prepare ourselves before help others. Okay, thank you, Dr. Andi. And then the second one raised by Raina. So the question is, what are effective strategies for researchers to collaborate with HIMSI or other global community in disseminating research and informing policy development? All right.
So I think the first thing is you must be HIMSI member because we only provide for HIMSI member. So the second is HIMSI has provide various competitive funds for research proposal. It's about one proposal is 10 million for below 40, but if you have 40 below 40 is one proposal is only 10 millions. This is we give to competitive funds for research proposal, and we have 20 proposal. HIMSI given fund for a proposal and 5 proposal for 20 million. So I think the first thing is we can collaborate with another country, but first you must HIMSI member and you must competitive. So because we provide various competitive funds, not only for 20. In this year, this is only 25. 20 proposal give fund is 10 millions and five proposal for 20 millions. And in the next year, we will expand maybe a 50 proposal, and the better or best proposal we will give to another country like ARUPS, because ARUPS has fund for research proposal too, and APA and RBS has a fund for research proposal, but it's come from must collaborate with HIMSI because RBS and APA has MOU with HIMSI, so they will give fund only for HIMSI member.
All right. Thank you, Pak Andi. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, those of you who are already graduated from psychology department, so please be member of HIMSI. As far as I know, that HIMSI now under Dr. Andi Matulesi has, aggressively or no, massively collaborating with so many organizations at Asian level, Asia level, or the world level. And if you are a member of HIMSI, then you can check from their Instagram that there are so many programs being held by HIMSI. And one of or two or many programs are affiliated with our what is the organization that have been mentioned by Dr. Andi. So it's really crucial. Thank you, Dr. Andi. So the first one is we collaborate with HIMSI, then we can expand the collaboration. Okay, thank you, Dr. Andi. And next from dear Aisha. I think Aisha, yeah. So what competencies should psychology students develop to be prepared for global and cross-cultural collaboration in mental health? Go.
Yeah. I think it's a good question because now we the campus or university must give another competency like what curriculum say that especially for how to manage collaboration with another, have fluently in English especially, but in Russia you must has fluent in Russian. In China you have fluent in China. So we you must have to agile, have a skill of adaptability, and have knowledge and skill about AI. I think knowledge, we must has knowledge and skill about AI as a tools, AI as a tools, not AI is answer for everything, but AI is a tools. I think is we must have knowledge and skill about digital literacy. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Andi. We still have like 3 participants, one at the chat room and 2 who raised their hands. I think we still have like 10 minutes to respond to this 3. Yeah, Pak Andi, is that okay? Okay.
Yes,
So
okay.
yeah. Okay. So from before Pak Eri and also Devika, then I will read the question from the chat room. So thank you for inspiring presentation. I agree. So I'm a newly graduated psychologist from Universitas Mercubuana. How can early career psychologists contribute to international psychology networks such as ARUPS and the Global Psychology Alliance? Okay, Dr. Andi.
So I think membership of World Psychology Organization is based on country, so not individual. So if you want to collaborate, if you want to participate to research collaboration or everything, you have to be part of this organization. Yeah. Because in ARUP Congress in Cebu, we give fund for 3% to give to be present article in ARUP Congress in Cebu.
Yeah, correct. So what is it? Pak Ridwan or Mr. Ridwan, have you registered yourself as HIMSI member or not yet? So make sure that you have registered yourself as a HIMSI member. So many benefits that you will get. All right. Okay. So now I will give chance to Pak Eri, yeah, communist friend Pak Eri to uh, to say what is it in your mind? Your question, please, Pak Eri.
Good morning, Bu Lastri.
Morning.
Good morning, Pak Andi.
Good morning, Pak Eri.
In the last session with Professor Claudia Bokting, we discussed about the internet intervention, and we discussed about the ethical issues, and we find some same view about how we collaborate to help international students from Indonesia who learn or studies in the overseas like NL, OC, US, UK, and many other countries. We discuss about how if there is cooperation between local therapists, I mean from that countries. Sorry, we have a lot of students, international students with mental health issues. In international internet intervention, maybe the international students will counseling or taking therapy with Indonesian counselor by internet. And Professor Bogding said maybe we need some collaboration to implement and the Indonesian therapists could refer to the therapists in that countries. So is there any policies to help that situation, or if there is not yet, what should we do in our perspective from Himsi or Arabs to develop that conditions? Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay, Agustina? No?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, please.
The issue of psychological ethics and in context of various in the context of internet and in the context and globally. So I think now it's still under discussion at GPA, Global Psychological Association. Global Psychology Alliance. They have more than 80 country members who discussing about that. So now we will build a guidelines how to resolve that issue about especially for ethical issue about internet, about cultural, about but how to discuss about how to treat and how to assessment and intervention about across country. Because if we have different culture, so that impact for client with another with different cultures too. So in Arabs, we will in next year in January in Jogja, we will discuss about ethical conduct about internet, about artificial intelligence into in 29 until in 30 January until 1st February, and GPA will be has meeting how to make guideline about this issue. Yeah, this issue is about cross culture. It's about internet. It's about how how to apply it. If someone from psychology is from Malaysia, how we will be a psychologist in Indonesia, and this is not simple issue because it depends on regulation in every countries, and we don't have strictly guideline about this. This is Pak Eri.
Okay, that's mean we still have a lot of to do
Yes.
to implement
Yes.
that condition.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think it's new things, but I think in campus and university we don't have discuss about that. Is it true, Bu Agustina?
Which one? In campuses?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's actually the initiative are already there, yeah, Pak Andi, I think. So this is really like a approach that maybe we should like begin with in our own campuses about about this programs. So yeah. So under Psi, then maybe we can do further to handle this kind of issue.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Eri.
Pak Eri? Okay.
You're welcome, Pak Andi.
I think this is the big challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Together we can. Okay. So I think there is like one participant, Devika, but the hand is gone now. But I guess the name is Devika. Hello, Devika. Are you still there? Or shall we move first to there is okay. Oh, good one, Mas Ridwan, already member of Psi. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Devika, are you still there or not? Or any other questions? We still have like 2 or 3 minutes if you would say so. Say something? No? Okay. All right, Devika. 1, 2, 3. No? Mbak Aini, is Devika still there? We'll give a chance to Devika if there is a question would like to be raised. No? All right. So I think we can conclude this session for the second keynote speaker. We have Dr. Andi Matulesi as our keynote speaker for the second session. Thank you so much. Really enlightening. Even I myself, oh wow, so many organizations that have been gathered by Psi. You have done a lot of work, Dr. Andi. Thank you so much for bringing those organizations and we can in which we can collaborate with. And all of you who would wish to further your career, your works under and collaborate with those national or international organizations, then first, as being mentioned, that perhaps we can collaborate under the umbrella of Psi as the national organization in which we can collaborate with so many institutions. And this is also significant, important that we should learn each other, yeah, Pak Andi, from lessons learned from Japan, lessons learned from Russia, lessons learned from many
countries.
Many countries that have been struggled as we have been struggled as well. So we can learn from their successful programs to handle crisis in their countries, and also us here in Indonesia. Before we conclude, then we will give tribute to Dr. Andi. So that's the e-certificate being rewarded to Dr. Andi. Will you please pin the certificate? Okay. Once again, thank you, Dr. Andi Matulesi, Magister of
Thank you
Science
so much
Psychologist,
for everyone.
for contribution as the keynote speaker. Now we know the importance of collaboration.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you.
Yeah, see you. Thank you. So I hand it over the session to the master ceremony. Thank you everyone for joining this conference.
Dr. Agustina Sulastri, Psikolog, and also the speaker, Dr. Andi Matulesi, MSc Psikolog, for this session. After the long session, there will be a break for us. So please enjoy the performance for the break. Thank you.
jatuh hati, sumpah mati padamu ku jatuh cinta. Namun sayang ku tak sempat berkenalan denganmu dari hati ke hati, lalu bicara cinta berdua. Sampai kini dan ku masih terus harapkan agar suatu saat ku berjumpa lagi. Semua saja dan ku sempat berkenalan denganmu dari hati ke hati, lalu bicara cinta berdua. Namun tak sampai, memang benar apa kata pepatah, kalau jodoh tak lari kemana. Duhai kekasihku, sumpah mati padamu ku jatuh hati, sumpah mati padamu ku jatuh cinta. Dan sayang ku tak sempat berkenalan denganmu dari hati ke hati, lalu bicara cinta berdua. Sampai kini dan ku masih terus harapkan agar suatu saat ku berjumpa lagi. Semua saja dan ku sempat berkenalan denganmu dari hati ke hati, lalu bicara cinta berdua. Namun tak sampai, memang benar apa kata pepatah, kalau jodoh tak lari kemana. Duhai kekasihku, oh yeah.
Her eyes make the stars look like they're not tiny. Her head fall perfectly without her trying. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. I know, when I compliment her, she won't believe me. It's so sad to think that she don't see what I see. But every time she asks me to, I look again, I see. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are.
Okay, I hope everyone was enjoy the performance from our short break, and now we are about to move to the third session of the seminar. For the moderator of this session is Miss Rahma Kusmandari, MPSI Psikolog from Universitas 17 Agustus, Surabaya. And our speaker for the third session is Professor Sanjay Kumar from University of Allahabad, India. He is also the Secretary General National Academy of Psychology, India. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to read our moderator CV for this session, Ms. Rahma Kusmandari, MPSI Psikolog. She is an educational psychologist with experience in working with children with special needs and individuals facing social challenges. She also actively involved in the career guidance, personal development, and training activity and the development psychoeducational modules. Ms. Rahma also holds a master degree in professional psychology from Universitas Gadjah Mada. She is also a lecturer at Faculty of Psychology at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Surabaya. She also has a certification and expertise such as coaching, training and psychoeducation, assessment and educational psychology. For Ms. Rahma Kusmandari as the moderator, the screen is yours.
For some of you, depending on where you are joining us from. Is it truly a privilege for me to be a moderator for this session? And I will introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Sanjay Kumar, who currently serves as a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Allahabad, where he is recognized as one of the youngest scholars to hold his esteemed academic position. Professor Sanjay Kumar has made significant scholarly contribution, having authored more than 2 dozen research articles published in Scopus and UGC Care List journals. In addition, he has successfully completed 3 research projects funded by the Indian Council of the Social Science Research, or ICSSR. He also contributes to the academic community through his role on the editorial boards of several reputable journals, including Psychology and Developing Societies, Psychological Studies, Indian Journal of Gerontology, and Defensa. His academic career began in 2013 as an assistant professor of psychology at Dr. Haringsis Kaur Vidyalaya at Central University in Madhya Pradesh. In 2022, he joined the Central University of Punjab as an associate professor and served as the founding head of Department of Psychology. Later that same year, he returned to his alma mater, the University of Allahabad, where he continued his academic journey and was subsequently promoted. In addition to his academic roles, Prof. Sanjay Kumar currently serves as the Secretary General of the National Academy of Psychology and IOP for a second consecutive terms. In August 2025, he represented India at the BRICS Plus Summit in Bali, Indonesia, where he signed a memorandum of understanding with 15 international universities on behalf of an IOP India, marking an important step in strengthening international academic collaboration. His academic mission is centered on enhancing psychological well-being and improving the quality of life of individuals and communities. Today, Prof. Sanjay Kumar will deliver a very interesting presentation entitled Cultural Foundation of Psychological Well-being in a Digitized World. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our speaker, Professor Sanjay Kumar. Good morning, Prof. Sanjay Kumar.
Good morning, ma'am. I hope I'm
Uh,
audible to you. And
okay, how are you today?
very much for this extended introduction. I'm really overwhelmed, and I'm really thankful to everybody for this opportunity.
Okay, it's very, we are very happy as well having you are here. So, from Sanjay Kumar, you will have 35 minutes to deliver your presentation, and the time is yours.
My time is 35 minutes.
Yes, for presentation.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So please
Okay.
allow me to share my screen. Oh, it is already allowed.
Yes, you are already allowed.
I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
It is clear for us.
Thank you so much. And I'm really thankful to the entire organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And recently, I visited Bali and a very nice people, warm welcome. So I still cherish those memories, and I'll cherish for for the longer run and for my entire life. So I really like people, like the way they welcomed, the way they greeted, and we have signed memorandum of understanding with more than 15 universities, and we are eager to work in collaboration in the days to come. So, without taking any more time, let's begin with my presentation. My talk would be centered on cultural foundations of psychological well-being. And I'll try to connect how psychological well-being is impacted in digital world. But overall, my lecture is architected to talk about cultural determinants of psychological well-being. So, as we all know, that culture refers to shared beliefs, ideas, traditions, language, and the ways we interact with each other. And these custom norms and traditions guides our behavior and enable us to think, feel, behave, and relate to others in the society. Many a times, or most of the time, cultural norms dictates even our normal behavior, emotional expressions, and they determine social support structure, and many a times therapeutic modalities are also greatly impact our emotions. They are deeply influenced by cultural aspects. So, psychological well-being, since we all are talking about psychological well-being, since it sustainable development goal, it is the third agenda of the sustainable SDGs, which we are going to achieve in next 5 6 years in 2030. It simply defines psychological well-being as the state of feeling happy. If you're happy, then you are a person with higher psychological well-being, satisfied and fulfilled with one's life, as well as having sense of meaning and purpose. So if you are a person with higher psychological well-being, then you must be happy, satisfied, and you should have meaning in your life. All right. Okay. For the convenience of the audience, I have designed my deliberation in 4 5 phases. I'll try to give 4 5 messages, and I'll try to discuss all those things covered in my presentation at the end of this session. So my entire deliberation is divided into 5 phases. So I'll begin with the first phase is culture. As I said, that it is shared beliefs, and there are numerous beliefs prevalent across globe. And some individuals have X beliefs, other individuals have other beliefs. So when the one belief is shared among community members, social members, then such beliefs becomes shared beliefs, and culture, they form a culture. All right. Customs are very important. If the customs are shared, one custom which is prevalent across individuals in particular community, such customs, they are the building block of the culture. So beliefs, customs, we can witness different customs in Indonesia. Recently, I was talking about Bali, my experience to Bali. So very rich tradition, very uh, cultural traditions. So, and I have shared some pictures of my those memories. I was just intended to share that customs are important building blocks of the culture. And needless to say that social norms, they are important. Lot of studies have been done by social psychologists like Sheriff and Ash experiments, lot conformity experiments, compliance experiments, obedience experiments done by Milgram. They reflects that norms are important. If you are able to recall the Milgram's experiment on obedience, so it was mere a norm that one person reached up to a level to give a electric shock of death level. All right. So culture, social norms are the important building blocks of any culture. Then what happens through customs, traditions, and social norms? They are, since they are the building blocks of the culture, then what culture does? In the definition I was talking about, culture shapes our thinking. We are bound to think according to the cultural norms unknowingly. It is not voluntary, but this is how we are shaped. So, culture shapes thinking of the individual. Culture shapes how will you feel in one particular situation. You are expected to feel to one kind of emotion in one situation and other kind of emotions in other situation. So it is not very you know precise and well thought efforts, but such efforts are automatic. One situation arises, an individual started behaving in XYZ ways because culture has already tuned individuals to behave, feel, and think in particular modes. All right. If somebody is feeling happy and cracking a joke, others are likely to smile, others are likely to join. So, if some humorous kinds of messages are coming, then we are supposed to laugh, express our joy. So, these things, so cultures, what culture does, customs, traditions, social norms, and n number of factors are there in building a culture. And culture is very strong in shaping person's thinking, person's way of feeling, and the way we behave. It is shaped by our culture. So we are the product of our culture, as I said in the beginning. Let's talk about some theoretical background when we talk about culture, but without taking any theoretical base, it would be uh, injustice. So I have shared some slides. Then I'll share some slides. And my preceding slides are talking about theoretical background. Franz was a very renowned theory, and this theory is all about talking culture relativism. Cultures can only understand in their own terms. Indonesia, people of Indonesia may have certain cultures during the marriage ceremony, but that may not exist in Indian context. Indonesian people may have X ways of enjoying their success that may be different in India. So, cultural relativism clearly states that cultures should be understood in that particular context. One culture cannot be generalized. So, this theory is really important. Cultures can only be understood in their own context. So, it is always mistaken when one culture is equated to another culture. That is why culture is a very big issue in the researches, in psychological researches precisely. Sometimes we question our research scholars for, for using scales developed in some other culture. And when they use that particular culture in Indian context or Indonesian context, if the scale is developed in American and other European context, then cultural issues are negated, they are bypassed. So, culture should be understood, culture must be understood in the particular context. Culture A may have X behavior, but same behavior cannot be witnessed in other cultures. So, cultures, it is always context dependent. All right. The second very important theory is it is brain slumps, uh, and then precisely talk about this theory talks about three aspects: culture and functionalism. The theory that cultures function to meet the needs of the individual. So culture is important to meet the needs of the individual. So it can fulfill biological needs, social needs, cultural needs. So this theory is comprehensive in nature, and this theory reflects about psychological well-being. And until or unless biological needs and social needs are not satisfied, they are not met, it is very hard to talk about psychological well-being. It is very hard to talk about happy life, fulfilled life, satisfied life. So another very important theory we talk about collectivism and individualism, individualistic culture. These contexts, collectivism and individualism, they comes from the of states' cultural dimensions. So there are cultures. Some tasks in one culture, some tasks are taken collectively. In Indian culture, in marriages ceremonies, and all the relatives they gather together and they share their responsibilities and they are happy that they are contributing. In funerals too, there are unset norms. So culture in one context may be quite individualistic. A task X may be taken by solely individuals in one culture, but the same tasks, similar fashion, assignments may be taken collectively in other cultures. So when we talk about India, we are largely collectivistic culture, but one culture, yeah, or one country cannot claim that they are altogether individualistic, and other country can also not claim that they are altogether collectivistic. So collectivism, individualism exist in one culture. Now I'm moving forward to my second phase of my deliberation. The first phase I was trying to convey that what culture is, what culture does, and what are the bases. All right. Then what we give, what culture gives, takes. Culture provides both positive and negative. It's a very, important thing. It is very crucial aspect of the culture that culture is never good or bad. All right. It is inherently, it cannot be called as inherently good or bad. Its impact depends on how beliefs and practices are understood, applied, and changed over time. one very crucial component about the culture. If culture is stagnant, then culture will ruin soon. Culture is something which requires to be changed, which should change after a temporal gap. So culture inherently is not good or bad, but if no changes are taking place in a culture, culture is stagnant, culture it is going to rotten. If a culture, yeah, if some individuals are living in culture and culture is adaptive, fostering resilience, then it can cause, it can engender flexibility, caring. If culture is accommodating, it can inculcate flexibility, caring, openness, empathy within family, communities, and it can engender hopes. And culture can connect people from each other. And ultimately, culture can yield psychological well-being. If people are connected, if people are empathized, if family and societies they have care to each other, then such cultures are called as adaptive culture because they have potential to foster resilience and they can enhance psychological well-being of the individual. Psychological well-being simply means that they can make people happy, satisfied, and to have purpose in their lives. All right. And adaptive cultures can foster, and indeed it does. Adaptive cultures they promote prosocial behavior. All right. And I'm sharing some instances that happened in Indian context at the times of COVID-19 pandemic. When the lockdown began, I'm sharing some stories. So when the culture is adaptive, what can it leads? All right. When the lockdown began, thousands of migrants workers were stranded. They were walking, they were going back to their homes without shelter, without food, since their jobs were gone. All right. A small Gurdwara kept its kitchen running day and night. All right. They started feeding people. So they took unseen responsibility and they kept their kitchen on and 24 hours. And volunteer students, shopkeepers, elderly women cook together. All right. So what an adaptive culture can do? No one asks for identity or religion. People were given food, they were given shelter, and they regain strength, and then they get back. They started their ways back to their homes. So if culture is adaptive, it can foster post-pro-social behavior. It can cause altruistic behavior, and hunger was answered with humanity. If culture is adaptive, Indian culture is known for it is since our antiquity it is Atithi Devo Bhava. The guest is God. And I'm sharing one very captivating story of an auto rickshaw puller in Delhi. A poor auto driver in Delhi noticed that people were walking back up, in the times of COVID, and they had no food and shelter, as I said. With the insight, every day he packed extra food from homes. And you can just imagine a rickshaw puller, very low in socioeconomic status. He packed extra food from homes and left in traffic signal. When asked why, he replied, they are someone's children. Those who are hungry, they are also the children of somebody. So empathy crossed poverty. So culture, Atiti Devo means I will treat guest as a god and I'll offer what I have. The first priority would be that guest. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in Vastha Kutumbakam, the whole world is a family. So culture can foster that. It's not my family is the family, but entire world can be a family. So hospitals treating patients belonging to the short stock of oxygen. A small businessman. I'm also talking the story of a COVID-19 pandemic. A small businessman quietly paid for oxygen cylinders and asked that his name not to be mentioned. All right. He said, lives matter more than credit. So if culture is adaptive, accommodative, it can engender lot of positive things, lot of positive dimensions. So service spotlight with endless boundary. In contrast, there are problems when cultures is problematic. Is if culture is in crisis. Right. So certainly culture in question, it will cause discrimination, stigma, s- anxiety, guilt, trauma, and culture in crisis can be very controlling, and it barely cares about the human rights. All right, and I'm sharing few very pathetic story when culture is pathogenic. If culture is suffering from disorders, order killing uh, in India, in some parts of the country, frequent cases were witnessed. Killing their own sons and daughters for the sake of pride because they married, violating some caste and religion boundaries. Sharing one or two story, Ria fell in love with a man outside of her caste. For her family, this was not love, it was a shame. Later, they feared society more than loved their daughter. The family elder decided that family's honor must not be compromised, and they wanted Ria to get back and end all kind of relations with a person outside of the caste. They asked Ria to come together and they will do something positive for her. She trusted her family when they said that they would take her away to resolve the matter. She never returned. After her death, all right, so you can just imagine a person, a family, they're they killed their own sons and daughters for the sake of pride because they married a man or they married a woman outside of the caste or religion boundary. After her death, after Ria's death, the village was silent. Some justified it by saying honor is restored. Honor is killing, is taking pride in killing. But nothing was restored, only a life was lost. Families was shattered and cruelty masked as culture. All right. So culture can have a mask which is very cruel in nature and which is very rigid, not permissible. So such cultures, I know you can just imagine that what such cultures what can they yield. All right. So very true stories. I'm sharing some stories of caste, dynamics in the Indian context. Since antiquity, India is divided in four varnas: Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, and Shudra. So Dalits, Shudra, they are Dalits, and Dalits they are the lowest in the hierarchy of four varna system. So Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, and Shudra. Dalits are the lowest in the caste hierarchy, and they are, it's a very pathetic history. They were treated with all brutality, and that is still. happening in some parts of the country and some parts of the India. And I'm sharing one story. Ramesh was a Dalit boy who worked hard and topped his class in the village school. So it is believed that those who are lowest in the hierarchy of the caste system, they cannot get, they cannot excel. They are supposed to serve. They are supposed to extend services, clerical services, cleanliness related services. They should not study. It's their job is to serve people of the higher caste. So Ramesh was a Dalit boy who topped, worked hard and topped in this class. It is one story. When his name was sent for the scholarship, some villagers felt threatened. Oh, this person is identified as, and since he has excelled, they said he had forgotten his worth. So in India, it is very, common word. You are crossing your limit. You have forgotten your worth. Soon he was stopped for using the common well, mocked publicly, and warned not to sit with others in the school. So what kind of social punishment can be given, and what kind of toxic culture can be? One evening, after he questioned insult, Elder declared that he had shown too much courage. So, since they are the lowest in the caste hierarchy, and they are raising such questions. His family was beaten, forced to apologize for no crime. But for dreaming boy caste limits, Ramesh stopped going to school soon, and the village returned to the normal state. So culture is maintained, but what was lost, that was, you know, it is really pathetic. And dowry system, one system which is very prevalent in India, despite of the legal framework, lot of legal measures have been taken, but dowry is dowry. Dowry means, the family of girl, they offer some money and some property to the family of boy when they marry together. So it is given from the girl side, and many times it happens that when they fail to meet the demands, many unpleasant incidences take place. So one incident is Richa was married with hope and trust, and her parents had already given more dowry than they could afford. But after her marriage, she stopped a refrigerator and cashed then a motorcycle. Each was followed by taunt, silent, humiliation, and she was remained daily that she had come empty-handed. Polite. These were the taunts. Lisa wrote letters home, but did her pain, fearing her parents' shame. One day, after another demand was denied, she was thrown out of the house and sent back as a burden. So, dowry system. So, if culture is toxic, if culture is rigid and it is shaping negative beliefs and stigma, then it can cause threat to the society and it is indeed against to the human rights. Now, I am going to deliver the third phase of my deliberation. So, you can just imagine if the culture is so cruel, then it can cause danger to the people. In the first place, I was talking about what culture is, it can shape, and theoretical background. In the second phase, I was talking about when the culture is adaptive, what could be the consequences, what could be the outcomes, and if the culture is cruel, toxic, what negative consequences it can engender. In the third phase, I'll be talking about it is evident that if culture is cruel, if culture is toxic and it is stagnant, toxicity will remain same, and consequently, poor psychological well-being will arise. Consequently, 75,000 students lost their life. They committed suicide. All right. School student, you can just imagine, I'm talking about, and the cases of suicides are increasing globally. But 75,000 students lost their life in India in last 9 years, 10 years. So it is just to imagine that what kind of cultures we are providing to our teenagers, young adults, that they are preferring to die rather to live. All right. So a lot of lives are lost. Since when the culture is rigid, it not permissible, then it can yield negative consequences, and suicide rates are indeed they are high, and it was the highest in 2021. And it's not one section of uh, one section of community they are preferring to die, they are committing suicide, but it is prevalent in all sections. It is farmers, celebrities, and even very educated people. And at least, in 3 4 years back, I think an associate professor of psychology committed suicide because he belonged to XYZ community and he was about to take the charge of the department. So if culture is, you know rigid and very tight boundary, then it can yield, it can engender lot of problematic behaviors, lot of problematic situation, and psychological well-being would certainly be compromised. So what can be done? The I am talking about in the fourth phase, I am talking about some interventions. What can be done if psychological well-being is compromised due to the cultural context? Because context is rigid and it is fundamentalist. So what can be done to bring? We have talked about, in India, when I started doing a guiding PhD, and we talked about when we found that in our counseling centers, when we found that psychological well-being is really poor because people are suffering from trauma, depression, anxiety, then we came to know that assertiveness is clearly lacking. In Indian context, either Indian teenagers, even elders, either they are passive, they don't express, or they're aggressive. They don't follow assertiveness because assertiveness is not appreciated and it is not endorsed by culture. Assertiveness simply means you are expressing your opinions, you are talking your concerns without you're talking your concerns without being punitive to anybody. You talk in firm and polite manners. You talk about your rights, but at the same time, you remember that others possess equal rights, and you talk in firm and polite manners. But assertiveness is in Indian culture, it is altogether absent. It is rare but assertiveness in culture can create wonders. People must be allowed to express their concerns. Once they are failing, then problem would arise. And consequent, what I shared. So being assertive sometimes is considered as selfish, rude, and difficult, but it is not. If you're talking about your rights, at the same time you are remembering, you are the- aware that others possess equal rights, other carry equal rights, and your words are polite and firm, then assertiveness can prove to be a boon. But it is unfortunately Indian culture. They don't appreciate, people in family, society, even in workplaces. They are very, fragile. They are very non-accommodative with regard to assertive behavior. All right. But it can prove to a boon. It can help people to enjoy higher psychological well-being and quality of life. And second thing, some distortions in the mind. If I am going to hurt, if I am going to answer, if I am going to give answer to this person, they will punish. Cognitive distortions, if I have failed particular exams, people will mock me. And in many rape cases, rape victim committed suicide because they believed that they lost their dignity, they lost their self-respect. They were victim and they committed suicide or they attempted the suicide given the fact that they felt that society will take them as the secondary citizen. So this is how cognitive distortions, but cognitive distortions need to be identified, but victim has no role to play in that particular offense. They are still pure. They should live their life with all the dignity, but offender should be punished. So cognitive distortions need to be identified, and culture should identify adaptive thoughts, and culture must there should be a kind of environment where people should realize, community members should realize that this which part is considered as distortion and which one is uh, positive. Boys don't cry. All right, this is one distortion. If somebody is feeling like crying, then one can cry. All right. So cognitive restructuring can help a lot. And in addition to saying no is not appreciated.
Okay, Prof. Sanjay, I'm sorry. I will remind you it's 5 minutes left, yeah.
Yes, yes, I saw your message. I'll take 5 minutes only. I saw your message. Thank you for reminding. I saw your chat. Yeah. So I'll not take more than 5 minutes. So saying no is equally important because saying no, the cultures should accept if person is feel like saying no instead of ingratiation, instead of complying to the desirable request. If there is a very famous book, don't say yes when you want to say no. So we should learn saying no, and we should make this tradition. We should continue saying no when we want to say no. Don't say yes when you want to say no. And some meditations related activities, some meditation can reduce anxiety and stress level, and ultimately individual psychological well-being can be restored, can be kept on high. Sharing is very important. Sharing is curing. If you share your concern, we should have a kind of culture environment where sharing is not considered as the weakness, sign of weakness. And ensure that you are available to listen when somebody feel like sharing something. And the last and final phase, since I know my lecture was, I said in the beginning that I am precisely talking about the role of culture and psychological well-being, but the role of digitalization can be immense. And digital medium, if used wisely, they can help to boost well-being, but screen solely cannot promote well-being. It's culture which is important to promote well-being, and and obviously, if culture is toxic, it can cause lot of troubles. So if digital platforms it is used wisely, it can prove to be a very healthy, it can be a very handy medium to enhance the level of quality of life, to boost psychological well-being. So digital medium is important, but culture is the root of determining psychological well-being of the individual. If culture is adaptive, culture is permissible, then it is going to foster a lot of positivity in the minds of the individual, in the thinkings of the individual, in the emotions of the individual. Toxic culture can cause a lot of troubles. So this is all from my side. I am really thankful to entire organizing committee for allowing me to deliver my speech. I'm thankful to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Sanjay, for your very insightful presentation. We become more aware that who we are today also shaped by the culture, yeah. So the culture will influence how people think, also their mental health. If we can accommodate or adapt it, it will be foster pro-social behavior. There'll be creating the peace, but also culture can be double-edged sword. It can be shape well-being, but it can also be toxic, like what Prof. Sanjay told us before. So now we would like to open the floor for the discussion.
Sure.
We warmly invite to the participants to share their question, reflection, or experience related to the topic. You may raise your hand with the icon raise hand, or you can write your question in the chat box. Okay, I think there's some question from Ibu Dian Evita Santi. Thank you for your presentation, Professor Sanjay. It gave me a new perspective and insight into how culture and sometimes kill people. So, what is the government doing about such cultural practice? To what extent is this cultural? To what extent is this cultural being implemented? Because the negative impacts are far greater than the culture itself. Maybe you can answer it first, Prof. Sanjay.
Uh, can you repeat the question, ma'am? I'm
Okay,
really sorry. Yes.
okay. Bu Dian have a new perspective and insight into how culture can sometimes kill people. So, what is the government doing about such cultural practice? To what extent is this cultural being implemented? Because the negative impacts are far greater than the culture itself. Maybe how your experience in India, how the government take role in the practice when the culture can kill someone else like that.
Yes, very important questions. Actually, such insights are rare. Uh, it is very sad that the culture is intoxicated. It is toxic and it is causing trouble to people up to killing. Killing is taking place. Government is taking steps. Lot of legal frameworks, lot of legal steps have been taken, but sometimes legal framework are smaller. Legal framework are overlooked. They are punished. They were giving punishment. Those who killed their offsprings, they were punished. They were sent to the jails. But he lost life. All right, just because of the that particular culture, government is taking steps, but community, their community have their own strength. And it is, the dowry system, honor killing, they are reducing. The level is going down, but it is not altogether absent. It will take time. Government is taking all the steps, but lot of many a times cases are not reported. Incidences took place and cases are not reported. It is within a community, and nobody reports because it's their norms. They feel that government should not come, but legal frameworks are available, legal remedies are available, but no, pathologies are there and they will reduce in the days to come. We are hopeful, but it is happening.
So it's not that easy. Yeah? It's difficult. Even the government put the person in jail, but somebody life has lost like that, and it's because it's cultural. So some case is not reported. So it's difficult to be stopped. Yeah. And it's another question from Ibu Gloria Melona. Based on the research you present, how do cultural activities such as ritual arts and tradition function as protective factors for mental health?
Yes, I gave some stories. I shared some stories of auto rickshaw puller. I shared the story of, Gurdwara, those who offered food to the, hungry people. If you are hungry, you have no hope in the life that you are walking back to your home. I know that happened in the COVID period time because migrants lost their jobs and they were going back to their homes on foot, 1,000 kilometer, 2,000 kilometer. And meantime, some people came to ship as savior. They offered food, they offer shelter. So, so in a context when biological needs are not met, you cannot think of other needs. So lot of good practices like offering foods, offering shelter, giving protection, and I shared all those stories. They can help to protect mental health because you can just imagine that somebody is going on foot back to their home, and you can't sure that whether they will left alive or anything can happen. So you can just imagine the mental health of a person who is on the way for 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers, and people are waiting, in the villages or in the remote area, their family members are waiting. You can just imagine about the mental health of that person when someone comes and offers shelter or offer food, uh, and other requisites. So such stories I shared 3 4 stories just to uh, realize that culture can foster lot of good things, lot of positive behaviors.
Yeah, like in your presentation also that you give the picture in Bali and in India, we are the same like a dancing and all people expressions are happy, yeah.
Yes,
So
yes,
the
yes,
ritual can make people happy.
yes, yes.
And there is one more question from Fieda. I would like to ask, what if the characteristic of a group of industry experience cultural tension, meaning that on the one hand, they want to move towards a new condition in line with the demands of change, but on the other hand, they are not conditioned to move on, still carrying out old habits that are not supportive.
Can you, ma'am, summarize this question?
Okay,
Just
so
yeah.
how the impact maybe in the industrial side, yeah, when people or a group in industry experience the cultural tension, sometimes they want to move to be a better culture, but some is hold carrying old habit that are not supportive. So sometimes it's dilemmatic
Yes,
decision.
yes, yes. Thank you for rephrasing, and that's a really important question. In OB researches, and it has been found that if one employee is switching over to another industry and other institution, they have their own cultural baggages. All right, they cannot be eliminated altogether. Since culture is learned, culture is created, culture can be changed, so it will take time. If somebody has learned something which is foul or which is troubling to others, and when they go switch to other industry, they will go with all those baggages. There is no doubt about it. But one very pleasant thing about the culture is culture can be changed, habits can be changed. All right. So it will take time. If one habit has been created, one mode of functioning has developed, it will take time. And certainly, if the present culture is adaptive, if present culture is permissible, that person will change. But it is a gradual process. Learning is cannot be done. It can neither be learned in a day or not. It can be deleted in a day. It will take longer time. It may take longer time, and depending on the will of that person too. But environment is very important. Organization culture, organization climate is very important. If climate is permissible, if climate is continuously helping person to change and bring adaptive habits, that will take one day, but it is time taking process, and certainly it can be changed.
Yeah, so the culture actually can be changed, but it needs time and also strong leadership, maybe. Yeah. And it's related to the next question, actually, from Hemas Abiu. Um, I'm interested about the culture at work where we are not allowed to say no. Do you think we are capable to break this habit and how?
It's very good questions, and such questions are we are always surrounded by such questions in India too. It's saying yes is habit, because we don't want to you know displease other person. If I am saying something, and person X is not willing to pursue what I am talking, but person X said just to keep me pleased, just to keep me happy, just not to annoy me. But a sad person cannot make other person happy. All right. Saying yes is also a habit. Through our behavior, through our daily exchange, we give training to others. There are people who are identified that they will not refuse. There are people who are identified that they will refuse if they will not like. All right. So saying yes is also a habit. It can be replaced. Behaviorists have explicitly said that any maladaptive behavior can be changed to the adaptive behavior through counter conditioning. Saying no is our habit. It has been conditioned, and we have learned. And people consider, suppose that your boss has understood that this person will not say no. But once you will start to say no, the boss will also learn that if this person will not like what I am asking to do, he can or she can refuse. So in many culture, no is considered as rude, selfish, but it is not. You should say no when you want to say no. You should not say yes when you want to say no. Don't say yes when you want to say no, because it has consequences. It has some psychological consequences. So saying yes is a habit, as you are asking. Saying yes is a habit you can develop, you can replace through saying no.
Okay, because we are saying no, because I'm thinking if we say no, it means no salary. Okay, it is last question
There are
from Arya,
there are
yeah? Yeah.
there are organizations who respect our true consent, true what we think. They value our
Okay.
values, they value our opinions. There are people, there are
Yeah.
organizations. I think we are there to sell our skills, not to sell ourselves, our pride, our dignity.
Yeah. That's true. So, question from Arya Reza will be the last question, yeah, because we have limited time. When psychologists conduct assessment or intervention in communities with strong cultural stigma, what step can be taken to identify the sources of stigma, build safe and trusting relationship with community members, and develop interventions that are psychologically effective while remaining aligned with the local cultural context.
Nothing can be, nothing can be very effective until or unless you are aware about that culture. So first, your assimilation is important. Be the part of that culture. You should know about the all nuances of that culture. So until or unless you are the part of the culture, you are making them realize that you are one among them. You cannot be very effective. So psychologists have also, anthropologists have also talked about ethnographical studies. So first, realize, starting thinking like them. Uh, all right, starting feeling like them. Only then you can tap their what they feel like, what they think. So until or unless you are the part, you are the part of that. You are aware, fully aware about their cultures. And psychologists sometimes they talk about rapport building and all, but anthropologists have worked rigorously. Then they always advocate about ethnographic approach. So be the part of that culture, assimilate to that culture. That will yield lot of that will give lot of information. Actually, true information will come until or unless you are the part of that culture. Become the part of their culture, whether it is temporary or permanent. No, I'm not talking about permanent, but temporarily, you should be the part of their team. Rapport building, it can work, but ethnographic approach can help. First, be the part of that particular group. Until unless you're not, you will get surface information. You will get, just secondary information.
Okay, so we have used empathy to understand the culture. So thank you very much for the insightful question and thoughtful discussion during this question and answer session. Professor Sanjay Kumar, kindly stay with us on screen as we proceed with the certificate awarding. On behalf of the organizing committee of this international seminar, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Sanjay Kumar for
Okay,
sharing
thank you
his
so much.
valuable insight, knowledge, and experience with us today. This is certificate for you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm thanking everybody who gave this wonderful opportunity. I would like to be the part of your proceedings events. I would love to be the part of your team. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Prof. So please we give applause for Professor Sanjay Kumar.
Thank you, thank you,
And
thank you.
Uh, we are in the end of the session of this session, and I will formally hand the program back to our master of ceremony.
Thank you so much. So, can I take leave?
Yes, Prof. So for the master of ceremony, please.
Moderator Miss Rahma Kusumandari MPSI Psikolog from Universitas 17 Agustus 1945. And thank you also for Professor Sanjay Kumar from University of Allahabad, India as our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, and all moderators, speakers, and all participants, before we move on to the next session, we will have short lunch break and isoma. But we will resume our program of the Third International Conference on Psychology 2025 back in 12:45 p.m. So don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Didirikan pada 1 April 1973, Fakultas Psikologi Unisba menjadi pelopor pengembangan ilmu psikologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Indonesia. Dengan visi menjadi fakultas psikologi yang mandiri, maju, terkemuka di Asia dengan berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam, Fakultas Psikologi Unisba telah menghasilkan lulusan psikolog dan sarjana psikologi muslim yang memiliki eksistensi di berbagai bidang, baik industri, pendidikan, bisnis, finansial, kesehatan, militer, maupun pemerintahan. Saat ini, status Fakultas Psikologi Unisba terakreditasi peringkat A dari BAN PT dan akreditasi dengan peringkat Premier University yang dikeluarkan oleh Accreditation Service for International College atau ASIC. Kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran tahun akademik 2019-2020 telah mengacu pada kurikulum baru, yakni kurikulum perguruan tinggi yang membekali mahasiswa dengan pengetahuan dan keterampilan mengikuti tuntutan era globalisasi. Kurikulum ini mengembangkan minat dan kemampuan lulusan dengan 3 fokus unggulan, yaitu perilaku adiksi, pendidikan karakter, dan pengembangan organisasi.
Kekhasan Fakultas Psikologi Unisba ini adalah pada integrasi ilmu psikologi dan Islam. Integrasi ilmu psikologi dan Islam ini dijawantahkan dalam 3 bidang tentu saja, yaitu bidang pendidikan, bidang penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Di bidang pengajaran atau pendidikan, kita memiliki 4 mata kuliah psikologi Islam dalam 4 semester. Sementara dalam bidang penelitian, banyak penelitian perilaku psikologi yang ditinjau dari sudut pandang Islam, terutama berlandaskan pada Al-Quran dan hadis.
Dalam kegiatan pendidikan di Fakultas Psikologi, juga meningkatkan soft skill mahasiswa dalam berbagai bentuk kegiatan praktik di laboratorium psikologi, sehingga terlatih melakukan observasi dan wawancara serta melaksanakan psikotes. Kegiatan penelitian di lingkungan Fakultas Psikologi Unisba senantiasa didorong untuk mengembangkan kajian dan temuan terkait integrasi ilmu psikologi dan Islam. Berbagai penelitian psikologi Islam telah dilakukan, yaitu penelitian variabel-variabel psikologi yang ditelaah dengan sumber Al-Quran dan Al-Hadis. Di samping itu, juga berbagai penelitian yang aktual sesuai dengan fokus unggulan seperti perilaku adiksi dan pendidikan karakter yang hasilnya dapat diimplementasikan langsung di masyarakat. Dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan kepada masyarakat, Fakultas Psikologi Unisba melibatkan seluruh komponen, baik dosen, mahasiswa, maupun alumni. Di antaranya, PKM yang ditujukan untuk anak dan pengasuh di Panti Sos Children's Village Indonesia, dan program Rumah Belajar Taman Sari atau RBT yang membekali anak usia dini dan usia sekolah dengan berbagai soft skill seperti kepercayaan diri dan kreativitas. Tidak hanya memberikan PKM di wilayah perkotaan, kegiatan kemasyarakatan Fakultas Psikologi Unisba juga menyentuh pedesaan dengan tema Program Psikologi Peduli yang telah dilaksanakan di Kampung Galian Desa Panjalu, Dusun Sukaluyu, Pangalengan, Kabupaten Bandung. Untuk mewujudkan tujuan pendidikannya, Fakultas Psikologi menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi di Indonesia maupun Asia, instansi pemerintah maupun swasta, baik dalam kegiatan pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Dalam perjalanannya hingga saat ini, mahasiswa Fakultas Psikologi Unisba telah meraih berbagai prestasi, baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik, di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Di antaranya, Best Verbal Commendation pada delegasi konferensi PP di Bangkok. Juara 1 newscasting in the 2020 Asian English Olympics. Peraih kompetisi bisnis mahasiswa Indonesia atau KBMI Kemenristek Dikti 2019 dan juara 2 kompetisi wirausaha tingkat nasional pemenang program Hibah Bina Desa atau PHBD Belmawa Dikti. Juara 3 dalam kompetisi video iklan Mental Health Awareness antar psikologis se-Indonesia.
Bagi calon mahasiswa yang ingin memasuki Fakultas Psikologi, yang ingin memiliki kompetensi di bidang perilaku adiksi, kompetensi di bidang pendidikan karakter, dan kompetensi di bidang pengembangan organisasi, masuklah ke Fakultas Psikologi Unisba. Begitu juga pada masyarakat umum yang membutuhkan sarjana-sarjana psikologi yang memiliki 3 kompetensi tersebut, maka datanglah ke Fakultas Psikologi Unisba.
Fakultas Psikologi Unisba siap membangun karakter bangsa yang maju dengan berlandaskan ilmu dan agama.
Sejak 1959, Himsi hadir sebagai wadah besar para profesional psikologi di Indonesia. Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, atau Himsi, berdiri di Jakarta pada tanggal 11 Juli tahun 1959 dengan nama Ikatan Sarjana Psikologi, disingkat ISPSI. Seiring perubahan sistem pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia, melalui Kongres Luar Biasa tahun 1998, organisasi ini resmi berganti nama menjadi Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia. Himsi merupakan induk organisasi profesi psikologi di Indonesia, sesuai amanat Undang-Undang Pendidikan dan Layanan Psikologi Nomor 23 Tahun 2022. Anggotanya terdiri dari para profesional, psikolog, sarjana psikologi, magister psikologi, hingga doktor psikologi. Saat ini, Himsi memiliki pengurus tingkat provinsi di 37 wilayah yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Lebih dari 27.000 anggota Himsi bekerja di berbagai bidang layanan psikologi, riset, pendidikan, kesehatan, dan kebijakan publik. Sebagai organisasi profesi, Himsi diberikan kewenangan oleh negara untuk menerbitkan surat tanda registrasi psikolog, serta menerbitkan rekomendasi surat izin layanan psikologi. Himsi juga menyusun dan menerbitkan Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia untuk menjaga standar layanan yang bermutu dan beretika. Untuk memperkuat pengembangan ilmu dan spesialisasi, anggota Himsi dapat bergabung dengan asosiasi atau ikatan sesuai minat dan bidang keahliannya. Saat ini Himsi menaungi 22 asosiasi dan ikatan, antara lain. Dengan jaringan luas dan komitmen kuat, Himsi terus bergerak untuk memajukan psikologi Indonesia. Membangun profesional yang berintegritas, memperluas manfaat ilmu psikologi, dan menghadirkan banyak kegiatan yang berdampak bagi masyarakat. Sebagai induk organisasi profesi psikologi, HIMSI berupaya mengambil bagian dalam upaya kolektif untuk memperkuat ketahanan psikologis masyarakat. Melalui edukasi, layanan psikososial, penguatan kapasitas tenaga psikologi, serta kolaborasi dengan berbagai lembaga, kami berusaha menghadirkan pengetahuan dan dukungan yang dapat meringankan beban psikologis masyarakat sehari-hari. Setiap tahun, berbagai program diselenggarakan dengan tujuan yang sama, membantu masyarakat memahami pentingnya kesehatan mental, menyediakan ruang belajar bagi para profesional, dan memperluas akses terhadap informasi yang dapat membantu individu, keluarga, dan komunitas menghadapi tantangan emosional maupun sosial. Upaya-upaya ini hadir dalam berbagai bentuk kampanye edukatif di media sosial, pendampingan psikososial di daerah terdampak bencana, kerjasama lintas lembaga, hingga webinar dan pelatihan baik bagi masyarakat umum maupun anggota HIMSI. Kedepan, HIMSI berkomitmen untuk terus memperluas jangkauan berbagai kegiatan di bidang psikologi, memperkuat kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, dan memastikan bahwa kesejahteraan psikologis masyarakat Indonesia selalu menjadi prioritas bersama. Karena ketika masyarakat kuat secara psikologis, Indonesia pun akan tumbuh lebih sehat, lebih resilient, dan lebih sejahtera.
Selamat datang di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, salah satu universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Bersama kami, kalian akan menemukan experience pembelajaran yang fun, kekinian, dan modern.
Hai guys. Kalian pikir kuliah di sini susah dan tegang? Tunggu dulu. Makanya tonton dulu video kami. Let's go.
Selamat datang di gedung Fakultas Agroindustri. Sebelum masuk, kita pakai jas lab dulu gak sih? Nah, dalam sini kalian akan difasilitasi dan ada laboratorium untuk Fakultas Agroindustri. Penasaran? Yuk kita masuk.
Lab Agroteknologi adalah tempat di mana ilmu pertanian dan teknologi bersatu untuk menciptakan inovasi yang mengubah pertanian modern.
Di laboratorium ini kita menggali lebih dalam tentang bagaimana teknologi mampu mengoptimalkan produksi pertanian dengan mengendalikan hama dan penyakit tanaman. Di laboratorium produksi dan reproduksi ini, kita mempelajari tentang penggabungan pengetahuan ilmiah dan teknologi modern untuk mengoptimalkan produksi hewan ternak, kesehatan hewan, dan keberlanjutan lingkungan. Di sini ada laboratorium teknologi pangan. Kita mulai dengan pembuatan cookies dan es krim dengan pemilihan bahan baku yang berkualitas dan didukung dengan teknologi yang modern akan menghasilkan cookies dan es krim yang lezat dan aman dikonsumsi.
Dengan alat uji canggih, kami menganalisis komposisi nutrisi, deteksi bahan berbahaya, dan juga mengamati masa perubahan selama masa penyimpanan.
Tempat ini, kalian akan menjadi seperti seorang ilmuwan loh. Ini adalah laboratorium kimia. Di sini kita melakukan adanya pengecekan dan pengujian bahan-bahan kimia apa saja yang akan diuji.
Sorry bro, lagi buru-buru, mau ke kelas ekonomi nih.
Teman-teman, kali ini saya akan menjelaskan materi ekonomi. Di ruang kelas ekonomi, kita belajar tentang manajemen, SDM, pemasaran, serta tempat di mana ilmu akuntansi dan manajemen bertemu untuk membentuk suatu pemahaman yang mendalam tentang bisnis dan organisasi bertemu di dunia yang dinamis.
Selamat datang dan sekarang aku berada di Fakultas Psikologi.
Di Fakultas Psikologi terdapat fasilitas pendidikan. Salah satunya adalah Biro Layanan Psikologi yang terdapat ruangan bimbingan konseling umum dan bimbingan konseling anak.
Jadi guys, di sini ada taman terbuka hijau, bisa digunakan untuk kerja kelompok dan bersantai sambil belajar.
Hi, we are from Kyrgyzstan. We are studying at Menemukan University of Yogyakarta. Here are the new facilities at Menemukan University of Yogyakarta. In this room, we can use as theater, class, and many other programs.
Di program studi pendidikan matematika memiliki banyak keunggulan loh. Di antaranya, mengembangkan profesi menjadi guru matematika profesional, pelayanan akademik yang ramah dan bersahabat, serta pendamping secara intensif pada mahasiswa, dan penyediaan fasilitas perpustakaan dan laboratorium komputasi.
Di Universitas Mercubuana-Yogyakarta juga telah menyediakan adanya lapangan basket dan lapangan futsal. Gimana? Keren kan? Nah, bagi kamu pecinta hobi basket dan hobi futsal, tempat ini cocok buat kamu untuk menyalurkan hobi olahraga.
Selamat pagi, siang, sore, malam.
Ngobrol santai Vkom,
Mercu TV Yogyakarta.
Gimana euforia kegiatan mahasiswa tadi? Sekarang aku berada di ruangan ilmu komunikasi, tepatnya di bagian audiovisual. Di sini kalian akan difasilitasi dan adanya ruang studio untuk syuting dan ruangan editor.
Selain itu, di Vkom juga terdapat fasilitas ruangan yang digunakan untuk desain grafis, editing animasi, dan juga VR.
Kini aku berada di laboratorium komputer Fpsi. Dan kami juga menyediakan adanya komputer-komputer untuk kamu yang Fakultas Teknologi Informasi. Selamat datang di Auditorium Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. Di sini sering digunakan untuk kegiatan seminar, rapat, acara wisuda, dan masih banyak lagi. Setelah kalian menyelesaikan program studi sarjana S1, kalian bisa melanjutkan ke program studi pasca sarjana di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta.
Kami dengan bangga mempersembahkan program studi pasca sarjana S2 yang dirancang untuk mewujudkan ambisi kalian serta membuka pintu pengetahuan yang lebih mendalam. Di sini terdapat program studi pasca sarjana S2 Psikologi Sains, Psikologi Profesi, dan program studi Ilmu Pangan. Hai, selamat datang di Perpustakaan Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. Di sini tempat untuk mencari referensi ilmu pengetahuan, data TA mahasiswa, dan juga untuk menambah wawasan program studimu loh.
Kalian juga bisa loh ngerjain tugas bareng teman-teman kalian di sini. Dan itulah kisah perjalanan di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta.
Gimana? Seru banget kan? Kita tunggu kehadiran kalian di sini!
Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya berdiri pada tahun 1985. Sejak didirikannya, Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya terus berupaya untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang unggul, baik dalam teori maupun terapan. Dalam pelaksanaannya, Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya menerapkan pendidikan berskala nasional, regional, ASEAN, dan internasional. Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya mengembangkan metode pembelajaran berbasis teknologi informasi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, kompetitif, dan inovatif. Saat ini, Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu program Sarjana Psikologi, program Magister Psikologi, dan program Psikologi Profesi. Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga yang unggul dalam menyelenggarakan tridharma perguruan tinggi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, kompetitif, dan inovatif yang berbasis nilai dan karakter bangsa.
Program studi S1 Psikologi memiliki visi terwujudnya program studi yang unggul dalam menyelenggarakan tridharma perguruan tinggi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, kompetitif, dan inovatif yang berbasis nilai dan karakter bangsa tahun 2035. Untuk mencapai visi, program studi S1 Psikologi memiliki misi melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi yang mengacu pada standar pendidikan tinggi berskala nasional, regional ASEAN, dan internasional, menanamkan dan mengembangkan nilai-nilai moral, akademik, dan budaya, serta karakter bangsa, memberdayakan atau empowering sumber daya program studi psikologi, serta menjalin jejaring atau networking dengan institusi dalam negeri maupun luar negeri, mengembangkan metode pembelajaran berbasis teknologi informasi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, kompetitif, dan inovatif. Melalui komitmen yang telah dibangun, tenaga pengajar atau dosen yang dimiliki oleh program studi S1 Psikologi 80% telah memiliki sertifikat pendidikan nasional. Dari jumlah tenaga pengajar atau dosen yang dimiliki oleh program studi S1 Psikologi, 4% adalah guru besar. Dalam bidang penelitian, para dosen program studi S1 Psikologi aktif menulis dalam jurnal serta aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar atau workshop baik sebagai penyaji maupun peserta. Program studi S1 Psikologi telah banyak menjalin kerjasama dengan sejumlah lembaga, baik dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya menjalin kerjasama dengan Dinas Ketenagakerjaan Kota Surabaya dalam memberikan pelatihan dan seleksi karyawan. Mahasiswa program studi S1 Psikologi terlibat aktif dalam berbagai kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik. Sejumlah prestasi berhasil diraih dalam berbagai jenis bidang perlombaan di tingkat regional, nasional, dan internasional. Alumni program studi S1 Psikologi juga terlibat aktif dalam berbagai bidang, serta sejumlah prestasi juga ditorehkan oleh sejumlah alumni. Salah satu penghargaan yang diperoleh oleh alumni adalah sebagai pemuda inspiratif dan pemuda pelopor dalam kegigihannya membina anak-anak jalanan. Untuk menunjang kegiatan belajar mengajar, program studi psikologi memiliki beberapa fasilitas pendukung, antara lain laboratorium anak, laboratorium utama, taman bermain, serta laboratorium konseling.
Yogyakarta, salah satu universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Bersama kami, kalian akan menemukan experience pembelajaran yang fun, kekinian, dan modern.
Hai guys. Kalian pikir kuliah di sini susah dan tegang? Tunggu dulu. Makanya tonton dulu video kami. Let's go.
Selamat datang di gedung Fakultas Agroindustri. Sebelum masuk, kita pakai just lab dulu gak sih? Nah, dalam sini kalian akan difasilitasi dan ada laboratorium untuk Fakultas Agroindustri. Penasaran? Yuk kita masuk.
Lab Agroteknologi adalah tempat di mana ilmu pertanian dan teknologi bersatu untuk menciptakan inovasi yang mengubah pertanian modern.
Di laboratorium ini, kita menggali lebih dalam tentang bagaimana teknologi mampu mengoptimalkan produksi pertanian dengan mengendalikan hama dan penyakit tanaman. Di laboratorium produksi dan reproduksi ini, kita mempelajari tentang penggabungan pengetahuan ilmiah dan teknologi modern untuk mengoptimalkan produksi hewan ternak, kesehatan hewan, dan keberlanjutan lingkungan. Di sini ada laboratorium teknologi pangan. Kita mulai dengan pembuatan cookies dan es krim dengan pemilihan bahan baku yang berkualitas dan didukung dengan teknologi yang modern akan menghasilkan cookies dan es krim yang lezat dan aman dikonsumsi.
Dengan alat uji canggih, kami menganalisis komposisi nutrisi, deteksi bahan berbahaya, dan juga mengamati masa perubahan selama masa penyimpanan.
Tempat ini, kalian akan menjadi seperti seorang ilmuwan loh. Ini adalah laboratorium kimia. Di sini kita melakukan adanya pengecekan dan pengujian bahan-bahan kimia apa saja yang akan diuji.
Sorry bro, lagi buru-buru, mau ke kelas ekonomi nih.
Teman-teman, kali ini saya akan menjelaskan materi ekonomi. Di ruang kelas ekonomi, kita belajar tentang manajemen, SDM, pemasaran, serta tempat di mana ilmu akuntansi dan manajemen bertemu untuk membentuk suatu pemahaman yang mendalam tentang bisnis dan organisasi bertemu di dunia yang dinamis.
Selamat datang dan sekarang aku berada di Fakultas Psikologi.
Di Fakultas Psikologi terdapat fasilitas pendidikan. Salah satunya adalah Biro Layanan Psikologi yang terdapat ruangan bimbingan konseling umum dan bimbingan konseling anak.
Jadi guys, di sini ada taman terbuka hijau, bisa digunakan untuk kerja kelompok dan bersantai sambil belajar.
Hi, we are from Kyrgyzstan. We are studying at Menemukan University of Yogyakarta. Here are the new facilities at Menemukan University of Yogyakarta. In this room, we can use as theater, class, and many other programs.
Di program studi pendidikan matematika memiliki banyak keunggulan loh. Di antaranya, mengembangkan profesi menjadi guru matematika profesional, pelayanan akademik yang ramah dan bersahabat, serta pendamping secara intensif pada mahasiswa, dan penyediaan fasilitas perpustakaan dan laboratorium komputasi.
Di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta juga telah menyediakan adanya lapangan basket dan lapangan futsal. Gimana? Keren kan? Nah, bagi kamu pecinta hobi basket dan hobi futsal, tempat ini cocok buat kamu untuk menyalurkan hobi olahraga.
pagi, siang, sore, malam.
Ngobrol santai Vkom,
Mercu TV Yogyakarta.
Gimana euforia kegiatan mahasiswa tadi? Sekarang aku berada di ruangan ilmu komunikasi, tepatnya di bagian audiovisual. Di sini kalian akan difasilitasi dan adanya ruang studio untuk syuting dan ruangan editor.
Selain itu, di Vkom juga terdapat fasilitas ruangan yang digunakan untuk desain grafis, editing animasi, dan juga VR.
Kini aku berada di Laboratorium Komputer FPI. Dan kami juga menyediakan adanya komputer-komputer untuk kamu yang Fakultas Teknologi Informasi.
Selamat datang di Auditorium Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. Di sini sering digunakan untuk kegiatan seminar, rapat, acara wisuda, dan masih banyak lagi. Setelah kalian menyelesaikan program studi sarjana S1, kalian bisa melanjutkan ke program studi pasca sarjana di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta.
Kami dengan bangga mempersembahkan program studi pasca sarjana S2 yang dirancang untuk mewujudkan ambisi kalian serta membuka pintu pengetahuan yang lebih mendalam. Di sini terdapat program studi pasca sarjana S2 Psikologi Sains, Psikologi Profesi, dan program studi Ilmu Pangan. Hai, selamat datang di Perpustakaan Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. Di sini tempat untuk mencari referensi ilmu pengetahuan, data TH mahasiswa, dan juga untuk menambah wawasan program studimu loh.
Kalian juga bisa loh ngerjain tugas bareng teman-teman kalian di sini. Dan itulah kisah perjalanan di Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta.
Gimana? Seru banget kan? Kita tunggu kehadiran kalian di sini!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third ICoP 2025. After few plenary session, let's continue with the next session. We will in the fourth session, and we will now resume our event with the fourth session. The moderator for this session is Dr. Clara Monica from Konsorsium Psikologi Ilmiah Nusantara. And the speaker is Dr. Helena Granciera from the School of Education, University of South Wales, Australia. Before we call our moderator, let me read her CV. Dr. Clara Monica is Associate Professor. She is lecturer and academic in psychology, with expertise in social psychology and industrial organizational psychology. She actively involved in teaching, research, academic publication, and the development of learning modules and textbooks in psychology, education, and social behavior. Her last education is Doctor in Psychology, University of Gunadarma. Okay, Dr. Monica, the screen is yours.
Distinguished speaker, Dr. Helena. In this session, we will discuss an important topic in education and psychology, which is teachers' mental health. And in educational, teachers play a vital role in shaping learning behavior or learning environment, and their psychological well-being has a significant impact on educational process and student development or outcomes. It is my honor to introduce our speaker, Dr. Helena Granciera, from the School of Education, University of New South Wales, Australia. Hello, Dr. Granciera, how are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here. It's been wonderful to see everything that's happened before in these sessions.
Okay, and we want also to express our heartfelt condolences regarding the Bondi tragedy. We all pray that the victims will rest in peace.
Thank you very much. We are there are no words to describe how it is over here at the moment. Our university is actually only 3 kilometres away from where the tragedy took place, and many members of our community have been heavily affected. So thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Yes. Yes, I guess it is a hard time for Australia and for all of us to hear such morning news. Okay. In the interest of moving forward with our agenda, let's turn our attention to the session. And I will read the CV of Dr. Helena Granciera. She is educational psychology researcher and also senior lecturer from University of New South Wales, Australia, and former teacher. And she gained her Master of Education from the University of New South Wales, specialization in gifted education, and also gained PhD from the same university, specialization in educational psychology. And her research expertise is teacher well-being and motivation, and also job demands, resource model, social emotional learning, student achievement and engagement, and teacher education and personal resources. And she published her work in a reputable journal such as Teaching and Teacher Education, and also Social Psychology of Education. Okay, and Dr. Granciera will share her knowledge and research related to teachers' mental health, what we know and why it matters. And before we begin, please note that the presentation will last 35 minutes, followed by a 10 minutes question and answer session. And you are encouraged to turn on your cameras where possible. And questions may be submitted through the chat feature and will be addressed during the Q&A session. Without further ado, Dr. Granciera, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll attempt to navigate the joys of slideshows, and just please let you know if the correct screen is showing. Okay, excellent. We can see my screen now, so I will go to full screen. Hopefully my computer cooperates. Once again, it seems rather impatient. Perhaps I will. I have 3 screens here, and I purposely put copies of the presentation on multiple screens so that one of them would work. So let's hope that this one does. Okay. Let me know, is that showing, or can you only see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. So firstly, we'll go. We'll work with this screen. I'm not quite sure why it's not doing what it should, but I do apologise, and we will endeavour to keep on proceeding. So firstly, I'd like to thank you sincerely for the invitation to speak on what is an incredibly important topic. And while it is it's 5 p.m. here in Australia, I understand that it is currently the afternoon. So I'd like to say Selamat Siang, which is unfortunately the extent of my bahasa, aside from Selamat Pagi as well. So thank you very much. So as I mentioned, today we're going to be further interrogating the topic of teachers' mental health. And teachers' mental health has really emerged as an increasingly important priority in recent times. And so we're going to delve into not only what teachers' mental health encompasses, but also what drives and predicts teachers' mental health, and also what the outcomes of teachers' mental health are. Then we're going to proceed to have a look at the protective factors, and we're also going to have a look at what we can do on a system level, on an individual level, and further on a policy level to potentially affect change when it comes to teachers' mental health. So one of the things that I often do, unfortunately, is speak quite quickly. And so if I do, please, and there is anything that I say, please let me know and I will endeavour to clarify it further. So let's begin with the theoretical framing of mental health. Now, there are many models. Let me just frame this properly. There are many models of mental health that are proposed, but the one that we adopt quite frequently when we're having a look at teachers' mental health is the Keys model of mental health, which encompasses not only the idea of mental health, but also how mental health is intricately entwined with the concept of mental illness. And our argument is that mental health is not simply the absence of mental illness. It's the comparative relationship between the ability for mental health and mental illness to function concurrently. And so an individual can, for example, have a high degree of mental illness, but they may have a high degree of mental health as well. And as a result, they may still be able to flourish. So in taking on board this quadripartite model, what we want to focus on today is having a look particularly at this concept of languishing, which is considered to be the opposing end of flourishing. So often with teacher wellbeing literature, you may hear the terms flourishing and thriving, contrasted with the words, of course, languishing or surviving, which are quite common words that get thrown around in various journals. So today we're having a look at this concept of teachers languishing. So they're both with and without illness, but what we generally would term low mental health. And there is a reason why we have a look at low mental health, and I'll continue to explain that further. So what are the fundamental differences between the way that mental health is conceptualized in vocational studies and in through a mental health paradigm? Well, often when we talk about mental health through an occupational or vocational paradigm, we're looking at anxiety, depression, and stress in terms of their relationship to the job. So, for instance, anxiety in vocational studies often refers to concerns or worries about a job, or concerns or worries about what might be happening at work. Similarly, depression, when it's conceptualized through this framework, may just refer to low mood that is specifically linked to functioning at work. So, for example, feeling like you have a low mood because a meeting went poorly. Now, stress is the common one that often transcends the occupational paradigm and is often mixed up with the conceptualization of mental health. So in the vocational perspective, stress refers to the idea that you don't have sufficient resources at work to be able to cope with the demands at work. So that is often what we see when we talk about teachers' mental health. And I put that in inverted commas because I want to contrast it with what we adopt from a purely mental health paradigm. So when we're having a look at teachers' mental health in terms of a psychological framework, we contextualize or define anxiety as persistent and excessive feelings of fear and worry that go beyond work. And that's the really key thing when we're having a look at the differences in these definitions of mental health. Similarly, depression is a persistent low mood and the absence of positive affect or anhedonia. And once again, that is distinct from or in addition to feelings at work. Stress, when it's contextualized through a mental health paradigm, refers to a particular clinical syndrome in which an individual is persistently experiencing arousal and tension. So the thing that I would like the audience to take away from this presentation is that while traditionally research about teachers has had a look at their mental health in terms of how it relates to work, what we want to do and what we want to increasingly discover is how teachers' mental health is overall separated from or above and beyond what they experience at work. And that is why we're moving towards these more clinical definitions of anxiety, depression, and stress, so that we can acknowledge the fact that teachers not only exist in a working context, but above and beyond exist within the broader context of social, personal, and broader cultural lives. So what do we know at the moment in terms of teachers' mental health, or what has been proposed through this paradigm that I've discussed? Well, we have studies more recently that show, for instance, that 90% of Australian teachers are severely stressed. Teachers' sick days soar as poor conditions take toll on mental health. And these are some things from the UK. From Morocco, we hear that students and teachers have very sadly committed suicide in light of the mental health crisis that is going on there. And then we can see an Indonesian example, which is that we need to talk about teachers' mental health. So all of these headlines paint a very dark picture, and certainly the fact that it seems to transcend national borders indicates to us that teachers' mental health is a global problem. It is not simply specific to a particular educational system, but it's something pervasive. And what that also tells us is that it's a broader workforce problem. It's not cultural necessarily, but we can see that it's something that, again, is occupational and is related to the inherent nature of being a teacher. So what does the current landscape tell us in terms of mental health even further? Well, a lot of the time, as I mentioned before, the research in teachers' health and teachers' mental health tends to adopt that vocational or occupational paradigm, where we see plenty of investigations about things such as burnout, emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and job satisfaction or the lack thereof. Now, all of those are very important outcomes if we are purely evaluating teachers' mental health in terms of the potential impacts on the occupation and the profession and the school environment. But what we need to do is that we need to look beyond that, as I mentioned before, and have a look at teachers' mental health as being a broader syndrome that has impacts outside of the work environment. The thing is as well that the focus in teacher literature often tends to be on the negative dimensions of mental health. And so we know a lot more about that than we do about how, for instance, flourishing may work. And so that's a very clear absence of what we know in the literature too. So when we're having a look moving forward at conceptual models of mental health, we generally adopt the Lovibond and Lalibond definition, which has been around for a significant period of time, as you can see, over 30 years, and it's frequently used across occupations and occupational groups in order to better understand how mental health is actualized or comes to fruition in different populations and different, not just occupations, but how mental health is experienced in children, in adults, in elders. So this is how we would generally conceptualize it and how we would apply the mental health paradigm to understanding teachers' mental health. Now, I apologize. When I had this in a working presenter mode. It did actually manage to come bit by bit in animations. So I apologize for this large chunk of text. It certainly isn't what we would do in terms of cognitive load theory, but I'll take you through step by step. So when we have a look at this mental health paradigm, that is the one that is characterized by clinical levels of anxiety, depression, and stress, we find that across various cultures, those levels of anxiety, depression, and stress seem to be uniformly high. So for instance, depression and anxiety have increased in Chinese teachers. In a study of British teachers, there were reports of moderate to severe depression. Malaysian teachers have demonstrated high levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. And in a recent study that we conducted here in Australia, we found that teachers reported mean levels of depression, anxiety, and stress, which were almost 3 times that of a normal population. So what we did was we compared the averages on the scale to have a look at depression, anxiety, and stress against what would be expected in a normal heterogeneous population. And what we found, like I said, was that 3 to 4 times higher than a normal population. So all of this really points to the fact that depression, anxiety, and stress, and as components of mental health, are issues of considerable concern across a range of developed countries. And it's really important that we start to have a look at why is this happening? And more importantly, what can we do to mitigate this problem? Because we argue that teachers' mental health is not only a concern for the occupational context, but that it is indeed a public health issue that has implications for the way that society functions. Do you know what? I finally have a presentation that works and that is full screen, but it's gone back to the start. So let's catch up to the slides to where we're at. Okay, so moving on, we now have a look at the drivers and predictors of mental health. So when we're having a look at what predicts mental health, we generally consider different domains that are associated with optimal and suboptimal mental health. So one of the key drivers of poor mental health among teachers is workload and the working conditions in which teachers must function. So increasingly, teachers are reporting things such as higher administrative demands and a focus on compliance, as opposed to being able to engage in their core practice of teaching and learning. We found that across the world, increasing reforms are meaning that teachers have to spend far more time devoting their attention to completing paperwork or ensuring that they have ticked the proverbial boxes that are required to effectively meet their requirements as teachers. We also find that in doing that has led to limited time for planning and assessment. So teachers feel as though they're stressed. They don't have enough time to plan their lessons or to assess their student work in a way that is satisfying why they chose to be teachers in the first place. The other predictor that we find that is quite common is the organisational climate of the school in which the teacher functions. So there are so many elements of the school ecosystem that can potentially play a role here. The relationships that teachers have with colleagues, for instance, can either positively or negatively predict their mental health. The leadership style of the principal or the leader in the school, if they are focusing on performance outcomes, for instance, teachers may feel greater pressure. When principals adopt relational approaches, they may experience better mental health. Indeed, the trust that principals place in teachers is a really significant determinant of whether they're going to experience positive health. Innovation is another area that has been linked to better mental health. So in schools where they're more innovative with their learning climate and with their teaching approaches, teachers tend to report greater mental health. And also, and very importantly, the respect between teachers, students, and principals in the organisation. Student factors have emerged as a particularly significant determinant of poor mental health among teachers. Increasingly, we're seeing that diverse student needs in terms of language requirements, behavioural requirements, neurodivergence, for instance, has really put a lot of strain on teachers in attempting to meet needs of students whose instructional approaches need to vary. Misbehaviour among students has been increasingly reported as a significant source of stress for teachers, as has declining student motivation and engagement. I know I was speaking to a teacher recently who said to me that when she started teaching, students were just interested and they wanted to learn for the sake of learning. Whereas now she spends so much time trying to justify to students why what she's teaching is actually important and is something that they should listen to. We also look at systemic factors. Now, systemic factors are things like government policy or things that are happening at a level at which teachers often lack control over. So many countries report funding and resource stress. So there's just simply not enough money to cover all of the resources that teachers need to feel as though they can adequately function in their environment. We have huge national teacher shortages here in Australia, and that causes stress to teachers because they have to compensate for teachers who aren't there. They take on multiple classes, and they have to address the issues that arise when a school is understaffed. Lots of systems now have high stakes tests that are the ultimate product of students' matriculation, and increasingly teachers are being seen as the primary agent through which students may achieve exceptional results. So in Australia, we have the HSC, which is the Higher School Certificate. And I know that in the UK, there's the GCSEs and all of these forms of graduate study where teachers have great pressure to ensure that they produce high results for students. Otherwise, funding might be cut or they may lose their jobs. The cultural expectations of teachers are different as well. But in some societies, teachers are taking on an increasing role as a parent in the absence of support from parents as well. And also, there's an issue in some societies with the way that teaching is perceived. So while we're fortunate that some societies do see teachers as valuable, many societies regard teachers as being lesser than or less than important. And that is certainly a paradigm that has been implemented in Australia or that we see in action in Australia. And it's one that we absolutely need to address because teachers need to feel valued. We've had a look now at school, students, the system level factors, but there are also individual level factors that drive teachers' poor mental health. And this can be things such as their prior mental health experiences. Some individuals are more predisposed to poor mental health and to higher depression, for example, than others. Support networks are a key driver of mental health. When individuals don't feel they can access adequate support from friends or families, they're much more likely to experience higher depression, anxiety, and stress. And then things like their coping strategies. So the way that they've learnt to cope with challenges, to be buoyant, to be adaptable, and to bounce back is also something that can determine whether or not they experience poor mental health. So you can see here that taken together, there are so many different factors. And I'm sorry, my light has just gone back on. There are so many different factors that are implicated in understanding why teachers experience poor mental health. We have policy level factors, we have system level factors, we have school factors, organisation factors, and then we have individual factors as well. And it's really important as we proceed through this presentation that I emphasise the fact that teachers' mental health is not an individual problem or just a school level problem, for instance. It really is a multifaceted phenomenon in which multiple drivers can contribute to this experience. And we're not arguing that we can fix everything with the individual level factors, but what we're arguing here is that there's something about teachers' environments that particularly predispose them to experience poor mental health. So we've had a look at the predictors of mental health. Let's have a look now at what the outcomes of mental health are. And once again, mental health has implications not only for teachers themselves, but also for students, for schools, and for society more broadly. So beginning with teachers. I'm a teacher myself, and every time I read this, it really resonates with me because I have not only experienced some of this myself, but I've also seen colleagues who have been really plagued by the experiences of poor mental health. So for teachers, the primary or one of the primary outcomes is increased rates of absenteeism and presenteeism. So absenteeism is, as it refers to, absences from school or sick days or mental health days. And presenteeism is perhaps a more concerning phenomenon because it's where teachers still go to school but are emotionally checked out. And there are many studies that link presenteeism with poor outcomes for students. And I can imagine, and I'm sure that you can think too, that going to school when you're not feeling mentally well is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And so presenteeism has ramifications for teachers' mental health in a cycle because it just keeps on getting worse. Turnover is one of the things that is a key outcome for teachers, but also for schools. So when teachers experience poor mental health, they're much more likely to leave the profession. With that in mind, teachers who experience poor mental health in school are more likely to experience long-term mental disturbances, so long-term depression, persistent anxiety, and persistent stress. And unfortunately, in some cases and in some contexts, there have been links between teachers' poor mental health and experiences of harm or suicide. So all of that is very pressing for the individuals, and it also has ramifications for students and beyond. So the outcomes of poor mental health for students are likewise just as profound. We have considerable evidence that links teachers' mental health and positive psychological functioning or negative psychological functioning to their academic achievement. So when teachers experience greater burnout or poor mental health, the students who they teach are much more likely to have poorer academic achievement. And there's a couple of excellent studies, if anybody's interested, that I would be happy to refer to later. We also know that there's an effect called emotion contagion, and emotion contagion is whereby teachers' emotions transfer to students. And that's why poor mental health has also been linked to factors such as low student well-being, low satisfaction with school, and actually poor mental health for students as well. So although we can't establish causal links, there does seem to be this association between teachers who experience depression, anxiety, and stress, and their students who likewise experience depression, anxiety, and stress. Decreased motivation and engagement is also an outcome. And as I mentioned before, increased psychological distress is also an outcome of teachers' mental health. So moving to schools and systems more broadly. In schools where teachers experience poor mental health, the school has to cope with teacher shortages. They may rely on casual labour. They may find that there's actually decreased organisational cohesion because teachers leave and they're replaced with teachers who are unknown to the rest of the staff, and so staff might not feel so comfortable to interact or to discuss particular issues. There are also links to lower school level academic achievement. So not just associations with individual students, but more broadly, when schools have lower levels of well-being or have higher levels of poor mental health, then we find that there are lower levels of school academic achievement, so across all grades and students. The other thing is, from an economic perspective, there are issues with dealing with the costs of teacher illness and absences. So every time that a teacher gets sick, a school has to pay a casual teacher to take on that class. And so that has ramifications for the school budget. Now, on a broader societal level, as we argued before, teachers' mental health has serious implications. So for instance, society has to fund the costs in Australia, particularly, of workers' compensation claims for psychological distress or disability management claims that is attributable to poor mental health at work. We also see that there are economic losses that society must absorb in terms of losses in investment in teacher education, not resulting in actually coming through to the workforce. So that's a broader societal cost that does have implications down the line and that we're increasingly looking to be able to quantify. There's also a lot of pressure on systems when teachers experience poor mental health, because teachers leave and then all of a sudden student performance drops, and that means that there's further pressure placed on schools and teachers to try and lift performance. But ironically, it's a cycle in which poor teacher mental well-being leads to greater turnover, which leads to schools being understaffed, which leads to students being underachieving, and then that student underachievement may then propel or perpetuate poor mental health. So it's this big cycle that is driving poor mental health in particular contexts. And also there's a greater burden on the healthcare system because teachers have to access support, obviously, in these situations in order to remedy or to address these mental health concerns. But it is not all bad news. And I know that the first few slides certainly seem to indicate that. But there are protective factors, or there are things that we can do across all of these levels in order to improve teachers' mental health. So something, or one of the factors that has been linked to greater mental health among teachers is supportive leadership. So when leaders communicate really clearly with their staff, establish positive relationships, and are there and able to listen, teachers experience better mental health. And something else that principals or leaders can do is ensure that the boundaries that teachers need to actually protect their mental health are set. So whether or not that's letting parents know that they can't email teachers after work, or ensuring that teachers have sufficient time to do their planning. All of those constitute leadership support that can bolster teachers' mental health and better support them. We know that relationships with colleagues are also particularly salient assistance to teachers to improve their mental health. So when teachers are able to talk to their colleagues, to talk about their problems, to problem solve, to find solutions, that's when we know that teachers experience better mental health and lower levels of anxiety and stress. Mentoring and induction are also really important factors that play a role in teachers' mental health, because if teachers feel as though they know what their role is, there's no role ambiguity, then they're much more likely to experience satisfaction with work, which translates to lower levels of anxiety, depression, and stress. Autonomy and agency are also factors that can be protective for teachers. So for those of you who are familiar with self-determination theory, autonomy and agency are particularly linked to that. And that is the ability to make decisions about their teaching. So rather than feeling as though they are powerlessness and have no control or ability to affect change in their environments, teachers who experience greater autonomy, again, experience better mental health. Now, linking back to the very first point I made about drivers of poor mental health. When teachers' workloads are reduced or are managed in a way that they are able to complete tasks and feel as though they're effective, that's when we start to see that teachers' mental health improves. Workload manageability is a key factor that has been implicated in teachers' mental health. And again, it comes down to ensuring that teachers are able to do what they love and what is at the core of teaching and learning, and that is teaching. Take away the administrative pressures, take away the paperwork, and we find that often teachers feel far, far better. It's important to acknowledge, though, that with the prevalence of poor mental health, it's really important that there is access to mental health support services. So when there are clear and accessible support services provided to teachers, we find that they often will actually end up using them, which was another study that we did. And it does provide them with an outlet through which they're able to express their feelings and develop coping strategies that help to overcome these significant challenges. And lastly, on a school level, when school climates are supportive of teachers, that is when they have supportive leadership, when colleagues are collegial, they're able to make decisions about what happens, that's also where we start to see better levels of mental health. Okay, so what is it that we can actually do practically, aside from those protective factors, to support teachers' mental health? Now, what I wanted to emphasize here is what I discussed in my previous slides, which is that we cannot combat poor mental health in teachers if we take a piece-by-piece approach. That is, modifying one piece without thinking about the broader system ultimately won't help to address the broader problems. And so it must be holistic and it must be supported on all levels. And I would argue that we really need to have broader systemic change in order to facilitate this. So in terms of policy level supports, funding is, of course, at the heart of many of the things that plague us with teachers. But if we have funding to help to reduce class sizes so that we're able to focus better on students' learning needs, or funding to provide administrative support so that teachers aren't burdened with the paperwork that often plagues their time, then we may experience better levels of mental health because of that reduction of stress and the subsequent lack of or lower levels of emotional exhaustion that lead to those broader clinical levels of mental health. There's also a potential need to fund more specialist and support staff because student misbehaviour and student diversity are increasing causes of stress, as we looked at earlier. And additionally, we need policy level support to provide mental health support for all staff and all students. Mental health, as we know, is not just a teacher level problem. We also see it in students. And that emotion contagion or that reciprocity between teachers and students can either serve to improve or potentially worsen mental health. So providing that support is really critical. Policies and frameworks that actually discuss and mandate well-being are also vital. For so long, well-being and mental health have been put to the side and have been considered to be subsidiary and not as important as other teaching outcomes. But what we need to do is approach this issue by recognising that teachers' mental health has carry-on or downstream effects for so many different things that we discussed before. So if we can make sure that that's mandated and invoked in policy and procedure and frameworks, then we'll go a long way to actually ensuring that's addressed. And then on a fundamental level, there are needs to have a look at those complaints that arise around pay and job security. So increased casualisation of the labour force has led to significant stress. And it's important, once again, that that is addressed in a way that teachers feel that they can enter the profession and remain in the profession so that it's sustainable for their long-term futures and economic well-being. At the school level, there is so much that can be done to promote teachers' positive mental health. Policies, once again, that are enshrined in school frameworks are incredibly helpful, particularly those that protect teachers' time and allow them to focus on their priorities of teaching and learning. Positive leadership is a really significant factor as well, and we've seen a lot of research that has linked autonomy supportive leadership and the modelling of positive wellbeing to better mental health among teachers. Once again, when teachers can engage in decision-making and policy-making, they feel that greater sense of autonomy and are more likely to experience better mental health. And then things like professional support systems, mentoring, induction, ongoing support means that teachers feel supported throughout the duration of the school year and beyond because they're not isolated. Then there are other things that we can look at on a school level, such as workload redesign. So how can we work together in teams to minimise work? Or how can we make marking and assessment easier and more streamlined? Finally, team support for behaviour management and student support and increased communication in schools is also a really fundamental role, or has a fundamental role to play there. So finally, for individuals, access to mental health support throughout schools, access to mentors, they're really important. And also, I think there needs to be a move towards teachers advocating for establishing their own boundaries about their time. And a lot of us will say, oh, you know, I take my work home. We really need to move towards a paradigm where teachers don't feel as though they're always taking their work home. All right, so I know that I've been speaking a lot and I'd like to make sure that we address some of the questions that I can see that are coming through in the chat. So we're nearly there. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
We have the references now. And then I wanted to go on to potentially answering any questions that you might have and discussing the topic of teachers' mental health further, because there's a lot there and there's certainly a lot to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Granziera. And this is a Q&A question, which will last approximately 10 minutes, and participants are welcome to raise hand. Okay, they are funny, Dia. Due to time constraint, we will take 2 questions for 2 participants only for at the moment. Okay, yeah, please, Fanny, you can ask the question by yourself. I saw someone raise her hand.
Yes, her hand.
Yeah.
See, is it Danny?
Okay. Oh, there are questions in chat. I will read it on on his behalf. Do we need to reduce current additional tasks for teachers, such as administrative tasks, to increase their well-being? Is there any good model for educational system that work properly to balance teacher working load, both in teaching and other tasks? Also, how teacher-parents relationship can boost teachers' well-being? It's already 3 questions.
Yes, these are
Thank you.
fantastic questions. Really, really fantastic questions. So to start with the first one, absolutely, we need to address administrative tasks as being an extraneous source of workload for teachers. So administrative tasks that don't contribute to the core work of teaching and learning are the things that are the greatest source of emotional exhaustion and stress. And it's when high workloads exist that we do see these links with these clinical measures of mental health. So when workload is high, they are far more likely to experience greater depression, anxiety, and stress, according to those clinical definitions. So definitely we need to reduce those administrative tasks. It's really, really key. And that comes down once again to the work redesign and addressing workload on a system level to better support teachers. Now, in terms of are there any good models for educational systems that work properly, I would argue that there are very few. If we're looking at school systems and school models, even those school models that are put on a pedestal internationally, like Finland and Slovenia, for instance, they still are heavily criticized because of the amount of workload that still exists. So while they are perhaps better models, there is no model that I would argue is universally good. Also, because we have to consider the cultural and sociocultural context in which education takes place, and those systems that are often put on the pedestal have very unique social cultural situations, and they wouldn't necessarily apply in different contexts. Finally, and this is one that actually we're just about to release a paper on, can teacher-parents relationships boost teachers' well-being? Yes, they have. We've found links between more positive reports of teacher-parent relationships and greater levels of organizational commitment and personal accomplishment. So absolutely, when parents become supportive, and again, not overbearing, but supportive, that can definitely act as an agent to improve mental health.
Okay, Fatus, do you want to ask to Dr. Granziera more, or is it enough for now? Okay, I think it. Okay. Okay, I think that's it enough. Thank you, Dr. Granziera, for the answer. And now from Mr. Danny J. Okay, Mr. Danny J, please.
Yep. Oh, okay. I think you have to ask. He has to be unmuted.
Yeah, you are still muted. You have to unmute it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Helena.
Good afternoon.
Actually, I have a lot of questions about the issue from your presentation. That's so Indonesian context. But maybe I will ask something a little bit different from your presentation. I would like to bring our discussion to the East Indonesian context. Yeah,
Yes.
we already know that East Indonesian facilities, especially in education, is very different if we compare to Java Island. In Java, we can find great schools from the elementary until the senior high school, but the different condition there is in East Indonesia. So in the perspective of a teacher, how we can deal with those conditions with the limitation about the facilities, the teacher quality, the access, internet access, and I know that will be a pressure for the teacher, but I think in the perspective from the from your expectation, from your expert, how we can improve, or maybe we can make a little bit equal between Western Indonesian education and Eastern Indonesian education. But actually, we also can find that in the rural area in Java Island, we can still we can still find education system or education facility with a bad quality in Java Island also. But I want to talk about the East Indonesian context. Maybe you can explain about that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. And I think, although Australia is different, we also have a significant disparity between rural Australian quality of schools and our metropolitan schools. So I absolutely understand that kind of disparity and how that can affect both student and teacher outcomes. So one particularly salient resource that can be drawn on to improve those types of conditions are social supports. So social support can be a particularly significant resource for improving teachers' well-being because they're able to draw on both material and educational and pedagogical support from more experienced colleagues. And so I would suggest that perhaps in that context, ensuring that teachers within schools that experience greater disadvantage are able to access mentor support both within, between, and outside their environments would be very important. So the way that, for example, they may be able to set up supports between teacher mentors in the rural region, and they can work with teachers in the metropolitan regions, for instance, to exchange ideas and to potentially conduct reciprocal teaching. That could certainly be a way that they can help to bridge that gap. And again, in the same vein, I would say that professional learning and professional development is very important for those teachers in particular. And if we're having a look at how funding is distributed, perhaps more of the budget to go towards building the competencies of teachers in those schools would be particularly important. So there are a couple of things that perhaps are more actionable, in the immediate term. But I agree that infrastructure, technology, physical conditions are also significant determinants of poor mental health for teachers because they do deplete teachers of psychological resources as they feel as though they have to compensate for what might be lacking. From an anecdotal perspective, I actually found that one of my favorite times that I taught was at a rural school. And although we didn't have the same physical resources, the staff really came together because they knew that they had a challenge on their hands. And so I suppose it would be a case of, in those schools, how can we build those collaborative relationships between staff to be able to harness staff support more holistically to support students? But I can appreciate that's a very, very difficult challenge to face.
Yeah. So if I can make a conclusion from your explanation, that's mean first of all, social support. Okay, that maybe it's still tough for for us to improve the social condition, because maybe
Yes.
the teacher in the East Indonesia, the quality is not so perfect, but the social still need improvement too. And the
Yes.
second one is about teacher development. That means
Yes.
we need big funding, and that's a homework for our government, I think. Yes. Okay.
Even smaller scale professional development where teachers work with schools, between regions, even that can be a mechanism through which that might be actualized.
Okay. I have one question, but you can answer if only you have a time. How do you think about the Indonesian program Makan Bergizi Gratis? Is that beneficial for students directly?
I don't know enough about it, I'm afraid.
Our government give a student free lunch. That's a program, and a lot of money located in that program. Is that still beneficial if we for our education in the future, maybe?
So I've read a lot about that the free lunch program, and one of the things that we do know is that students' concentration and ability to actually function effectively at school is significantly affected by their nutrition. So providing them with adequate nutrition to be able to actually undertake the day is essential. So from a scientific perspective, glycogen is the only form of a fuel our brains can use. So if students aren't getting their carbs throughout the day, through breakfast and lunch, they can't focus. And I don't blame them. I would also be similarly lacking focus without it. So I think it's really important, particularly in areas where we see that socioeconomic disadvantage and they're unable to access, quality food. I think that is definitely an important consideration. But perhaps it may vary by region.
Okay, thank you, Helena. Maybe if we want to discuss, we need more specific time, but I think I don't want to take more time for the others. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Helena, I have the opportunity last month to interacted with teacher from West Papua, from the eastern part of our country. It is a educational teacher program from the Ministry of Education. And I have to teach them about the digital literacy, how to operate the computers, and to gain their teacher certificate. And that is a very good opportunity for me. And I think even though they are somehow left behind in digital literacy or how to use the digital equipment, but they demonstrate a strong nurturing orientation for their students. So that is their value. They have a caregiving roles beyond teaching. Maybe they have a lack of the skills of teaching, but their warm protection and guidance, and also their culture encourage them to be a good teacher. I
Yes,
guess
absolutely.
I can explain to maybe make a new perspective to Mr. Dani.
Yeah, I think that's also really important. Teachers' relational competencies and their ability to interact and build positive relationships with students are arguably as important, if not more important, than their pedagogical knowledge. Because if we can't connect with students, we can't get anything across to them. So it's lovely to hear such warmth, in teachers.
Yeah. It's like you said before that the emotion of the teachers is contagious. It means that if the teacher's happy and have a good well-being, so are the students, right?
Exactly. And, interesting, particularly on that, emotion contagion is strongest when teachers have negative emotions. So it's wonderful when they have positive emotions, because that means that they're mitigating that negative effect. So definitely so important.
Okay. I think the time is up, and thank you for this engaging discussion.
No, I wish I could stay I can stay longer, but I know that you have other presentations.
Okay.
But I've also I've provided my contact details. Sorry, on my slide. So I'd be welcome. If you have any questions or you'd like to discuss further, anybody, I would be very happy to have that discussion.
Okay. And I want to conclude today's discussion. We have learned that teachers' mental health is influenced by multiple interconnected factors rather than individual's weakness alone. And we also face systemic pressure, organizational pressures, individual factors, and to overcome that kind of the cause of that stress and um, uh, this depression of the teacher, we have to do the systemic changes and system level reform and supportive school environment, and also maybe individual capacity building. I don't know. We can work it together with the government, the teacher, the schools. Okay. I hope this discussion encourage schools and practitioners and all educators to view teachers' mental health and as a shared responsibility and a critical foundation for quality for our education. And this is the time for certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta and the organizing committee, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Helena Granzuera for her contribution to this conference. Please allow us a moment for the certificate presentation.
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege to be able to speak about something that I'm so passionate about and to have such a captive audience. So thank you. It's a wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. And dear participant, it brings us to the end of the session. I know that we would like to ask to Dr. Grazier more, but due to the time restraint, so I'm so sorry to close the session. Once again, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our speakers and thanks all participants for your active participation. With our warmest regard, we wish you a pleasant and productive continuation of the conference. I will now hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony to proceed with the next agenda. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Helena.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very much for our moderator, Dr. Clara Consortium Psikologi Ilmiah Nusantara, and the speaker is Dr. Helena Ganciera from the School of the Education University of South Wales, Australia. That was incredible discussion. I hope everyone have the pleasant experience during the session. Now we'll move on to the fifth session of the seminar, and this is the last session of the day. Our moderator of this session is Dr. Aroyum Olaleye Termitope Folasade from the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris of Malaysia, and the speaker is Professor Ike Ernest Oyisi from the Faculty of the Social Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Nigeria. Dr. Aroyum Termitope Folasade is the lecturer from the Faculty of Human Development, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Tanjung Malim Perak, Malaysia, specializing in clinical psychology. Her last education is PhD in clinical psychology, University of Ibadan, Nigeria in 2021, and also Master of the Science in the Clinical Psychology of University of Ibadan, Nigeria in 2012. Dr. Aroyum is also published research and publications such as psychoeducation and counseling in tobacco prevention and cessation among Malaysian children and teenagers in 2023 as a leader, and also psychological determinants of the road traffic accident proneness in 2025 as leader. Her area of expertise is the clinical psychology, psychoeducation and counseling, tobacco prevention and cessation, and road traffic psychology. Dr. Aroyum Termitope Folasade, please be ready because the screen is yours. Everyone enjoy the session.
My name is Aroyum Temitope from UPSI, and I'm really delighted to be part of this beautiful research-based and knowledge-based interaction. Without further ado, I will be moderating this session, and I'll be moderating for Professor Ike from the same Nigeria. All right, so our speaker for this session, for the fifth session, is Professor Dr. Ernest Ike Oyishi. Is a professor and dean from the Department of Psychology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's a professor of industrial and organizational psychology. He had his first degree, second degree, and third degree, which is PhD, from the same university between the years of 1995 and 2006. His main research interests had been workplace stress, support system in organizations, psychological empowerment, extra role behaviors, and so on. He had published quite a number of researches. One of it is the role of self-regulation and psychological mindfulness in the relationship between conscientiousness and life satisfaction. Without further ado, I would like to call on Professor Ernest Ike to give his presentation.
Right.
Hi,
Thank
Prof.
you, Temitope. Yeah, thank you, everyone. It is really a pleasure.
Hi, Prof. Can you hear us? Sorry, I think we have a technical issue from Prof's end. Please give us a few minutes. We'll resolve this soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize to the technical issue. We are waiting for the speaker to joining back with us.
Okay. You're hear you. Can you unmute, please? You're muted, Pro. We lost him again. Please bear with us. This will be thank you.
Okay. All right. So thank you.
Okay.
So my title of my presentation, I will be faster now because I know I've taken some few minutes. Trust in leadership, psychology, safety, and taking charge at work. Perspective from a developing country perspective. As I said, it is really my pleasure to be here today to present this paper. I also bring you greetings from my university, the University of Nigeria, yes. We pride ourselves as an institution that has very strong legacy for pioneering African scholarship in psychology and other social sciences. So today we'll be trying to explore three shape organizational life. We're going to look at trust in leadership, psychological safety, and taking charge behavior. Generally, we're going to talk about this as it relates to conducting such research in developing countries, contexts like Nigeria. And maybe use just one example of our studies to demonstrate why it is very important to conduct this kind of study in this part of the world. I believe that Nigeria presents a very interesting setting for studying organizational behavior in general. And we may understand this by looking at the history of colonization, the coming of the Europeans to Africa and Nigeria in particular. There was nothing like very structured employment system. So the introduction of locals by the Europeans. And when they did this, the locals saw that as just working for the Europeans or the white man. So they see any paid employment as that. They feel they are working for someone, and what they interest is more of getting as much as you can from the white man or the European. Many believe that this attitude shaped, this perspective shaped attitude of Nigerian workers up to now, even when most organizations are owned by the nationals. They still see any paid employment as working for the employer, and without having much commitment to that work in the real sense of it. So this may also have shaped the current attitude to work. And if that's it, then it means that the context of work behavior in Nigeria may be quite different from what is obtainable in other parts of the world. In addition, earlier studies like House, Dell, Hofstede, and others have classified Nigeria as very high in collectivism and power distance, and as well low in performance orientation, even compared with other countries in the North America or Europe. Also, as a highly collective culture, family life is also highly valued in Nigeria. What does that suggest? It suggests that workers may be more interested in focusing on their family rather than their work. So when there is a kind of a situation where they have to choose between work and family, surely people will prefer to focus on their family life than work life, meaning that it may also be very, very important to look at that context as something quite different from what is obtainable elsewhere. So what it means is that these differences may have implications for work behavior and general attitude to work. In our previous studies, we have also demonstrated that this is maybe true, especially when many Nigerian workers tend to take less proactive measures at work situation or work environment. So the central question guiding our discussions today are, can workers go the extra mile by engaging in taking charge during work in a volatile environment like Nigeria? What does trust look like when institutions are very fragile? How do employees find the courage to speak up and take initiative when the psychological costs of doing so are extraordinarily high? Again, what can organizations do to foster proactive behavior in an environment characterized by resource scarcity, hierarchical cultures, and economic volatility? And these questions are very important today. Generally, beyond the country, organizations need employees that can identify problems, propose solutions, take necessary risks, and drive constructive change, especially in the competitive world. Yet, factors that enable this to happen, especially in developing countries, are not very, very clear. For example, leadership theories and practices designed for Western economies, where institutional trust is very high, power distance are very low, may not actually be practicable or suited to some African countries, or maybe other countries that have maybe distinct characteristics, especially going the extra mile. It is likely that when we're dealing with something like in-role behavior, where people needed to do the job that they are employed to do with clear job description, whether in the West or in other developing countries, the person may not have an option than to do what is expected of him or her. But a situation where the person needed to do something extra that may not actually attract reward, or rather even punishment, then the scenario may be quite distinct, because the drivers of in-role behavior that's doing their job may not be the drivers of going the extra mile or taking charge at work. And the taking charge is one of these extra role behavior that have been scarcely researched. Most of the studies on extra role behavior can be concentrated on observation behavior. Though very, very important, the extra role behavior. But taking charge, citizenship behavior, yes, doing what, maybe helping your colleagues, doing their job, or maybe talking good about your organization or others, are all good. But taking initiatives such as taking charge, going the extra mile by taking risk to do things differently in a very innovative way is quite different from other aspect of taking aspect of extra role behavior, and very, very important to investigate that, especially in environment that is peculiar, because such motivation to go that extra mile, especially taking risk, is quite distinct. So I believe that taking charge can become the game changer when we desire positive operational change. If we want really organization to function well, then we should have critical mass of employees who are ready to take charge at work, whether they are being monitored or not being monitored. They'll be able to say that this needed to change, even if it's slightly against the rules, but they needed to do that to enable the organization to function. And this is very, very important. The question now is, do Nigerian workers engage in taking charge or willing to taking charge behavior? I will discuss this with focusing on why context matters more than we think. I believe that the employee initiative or ability or willingness to go the extra mile in taking charge may be shaped by factors that are quite different from factors we see in other parts of, in well-established industrialized countries. And I would just highlighted about 4 points here to buttress this. One is socioeconomic volatility and political stability creates a kind of environment where employees cannot assume optional continuity. So what happens? In such situation, there's high unemployment rate, There's also chances that those who lose their job may not get absorbed easily. The chances of losing your job is a little bit high. This actually will determine whether they take charge or not, unlike what you will see in more developed countries where unemployment rate is a bit low. So what it means is that the risk-taking behavior for such individuals will be really, really low. They may just not decide to take charge, because taking charge means also risk-taking in a way. So they may decide, in short, let me do what is expected by the organization, and that just, and I'm paid. So that's one. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the hierarchical cultural norms and the collective values seen in some developing countries like ours, African culture, may not actually enable people to take charge. Because taking charge in such situation may be even interpreted as insubordination rather than constructive contribution. So people who go the extra mile to do what is not part of their job description may see it as too much a risk, because many people may interpret that as not abiding by the rules. But in a less hierarchical cultures, people may view that as innovative behavior or something that is desirable. Again, limited institutional support and resource scarcity also constrain what organization can offer employees. In this environment, there may be limited resources in terms of offering career support, training programs, and all other things that make the individual to become a little bit more, let's say, acquire skills that will enable the person to understand that contribution to the organization may be very, very important for even the personal career growth of the individual. So in this environment, these opportunities may not be there. Again, weak formal systems may also place greater weight on personal relationships. What does that translate to? What it translates to is that in this situation, where the system is weak and not really systematic in the real sense of it, the leaders become, how do I put it? The system, they function as the system. So the trust on leaders become very, very important for the survival of the organization. Because once you have a weak leader, the whole place will collapse. Or a leader that is not trusted by the employees is not likely they're going to drive much for obvious reasons. But if the system is structured, whether the leader is not trusted or maybe not as trusted as in a typical sense, the place may also function well. So these are the type of peculiarities that may bring make taking charge in such situation a little bit more difficult. And research in this area should be more emphatic than what we see in other parts of the world. So I also highlighted leadership, trust in leadership as very, very important, because in this situation, leaders tend to substitute for the systems. So trust in leadership becomes very, very important for the success of organizations. So in well-established countries in the West, their employment laws are very strong. There's a lot of support career systems, and career development is clear. Employment is very long-term, and what do you call it? Is also attrition rate is also very low. In such situation, the trust in leader may be important, but not as important as seen in this part of the world. So this really creates a kind of something quite different from what we may see in the West. So also with a lot of other issues like the Ubuntu philosophies that deeply rooted in most African cultures, where people are very, very connected to the community and system. So leaders really become very, very, very important in shaping actually work outcomes. So research support this framing. Most studies have demonstrated that leaders who are respected, who people feel that are connected to the community, tend to be also trusted more, and this also tend to shape work outcomes. So this will be what we'll be looking at. Again, we also emphasize psychological safety as very, very important in understanding taking charge behavior. If the environment is not safe for the individual, the risk-taking behavior will also drop. With this fragile nature of the economy, with unstable employment systems, a highly unemployment rate, a very high unemployment rate, makes also that people may not feel very, very safe when they work. And the perception of safety is very, very critical for people to take on the necessary required risk involved in taking charge behavior. These are the type of things that we feel that may be important to look at. I just demonstrated this with one of our current studies on risk, prosperity, psychological safety, and trust in leadership as predictors of taking charge behavior among Nigerian university employees. In the study, we surveyed 366 university employees from a large public university in southeastern part of the Nigeria. And in the result, we found that trust in leadership and psychological safety positively predicted taking charge at work. Psychological safety also and trust in leadership also positively predicted risk propensity. Risk prosperity, on the other hand, also predicted taking charge, and as well mediated the relationship between psychological safety and taking charge, and as well between trust in leadership and taking charge. So the study just a demonstration that some of these critical factors are very, very important in developing country context where a lot of things are not in place. So for us to expect employees to go the extra mile by taking risks that are involved in taking charge, there are some other organizational individual variable that should be our focus. And clearly, they may differ from what is obtainable in other parts of the country, other parts of the world. So I'm just trying here in this final session of my presentation to look at what I've gotten from our discussions. First is that trust in leadership, psychological safety, risk propensity, and taking charge are universally important, but may be more consequential in fragile and developing country environment. Whether in developing countries or in Western countries, when people trust their leaders, the tendency that they're going to take charge will be high. The same thing when the psychological safety is high, taking charge may also be higher. However, we're saying that it's even more important doing these studies in an environment like Nigeria. As I said, trust or psychological process such as trust may elicit almost the same pattern of outcomes in different cultures. But in the real sense of it, if there's a kind of a cross-cultural studies, will lead matter more where? Our proposal is that it will matter more in this fragile, high power distance, and weak, in context where we have weak institutions, they will matter more there. Again, context is not a limitation, but a source of insight and innovation. We believe that African opportunity setting present challenges, sure, but they also offer opportunities to understand human resilience, creativity under constraint, and the alternative organizing logic. So what we mean is that studying this context will surely enrich organizational psychology generally, not just its application to developing countries. The more we understand workers from different contexts, the more we understand organizational behavior in the real sense, what it is. So we have them in highly structured, organized, and industrialized setting. Then we have them in fragile and less organized settings. And we begin to see how these dynamics play out. Again, personal leadership matters more when institutions are weak. because leaders in these settings tend to fill in the gaps of a weak system. It's sure, but it's also leading to new realities, meaning that leadership behavior may be more influence of leadership behavior on positive organizational outcomes may be more important in this environment than when we have highly structured systems in place. This also points to the scenario that Nigeria and Africa remain fertile ground for understanding leadership behavior in organizations. Again, organizations that create safety and trust also unlock innovation, especially in low resource settings. Resource countries may only may not determine outcomes, or we are sure. So what it means is that there's more other things that can lead to better outcome, both negative or positive outcomes. And leadership may be very, very important. We also feel that what is happening in developing countries, especially in organizational settings, should be of interest to everyone. The future of work is being written in Lagos, Nairobi, Mumbai, everywhere, not just in Silicon Valley or other developed countries of North America and Europe. The majority of populations live in developing countries. So what it means is that the majority of organizational innovation should also occur there. So understanding organizational dynamics in this context is very, very important for us to understand organizations globally. Because if we continue to have organizations in these developing countries, we should also be interested in what goes on there. That may also help us to begin to develop more understanding and even more robust theories of organizational behavior, because these workers and their experiences cannot just be neglected. We need to know. So I will be closing here with an invitation to us to continue our dialogue, our collaboration, and our mutual learning. The questions we have explored today admit no simple answers. They require sustained investigation, experimentation, and knowledge sharing across boundaries. There is a need for more cross-cultural studies in this area. Read typical cross-cultural studies, comparing experiences from people from diverse cultures, diverse environments in some of these, beyond even the external behavior. But in terms of ability to take risk, to engage in taking charge. In as much as we feel that we need also to understand globally what work behavior is all about, it's also important to understand context as they were. We need to understand the local realities as well, the universal relevance of some of the things we are doing. So when we are talking about studying Nigerian organizations, we are not just trying to study Nigerian organizations. We want to look at Nigerian organizations as organizations. And organizational behavior in the country should also be a little bit understood for us to understand the global organizational behavior and also see the applicability of these theories in understanding not only Nigerian work context, but maybe African in general. I believe we should continue to build bridges between the global North theories and global South realities. We really need to understand these theories. Are they applicable? It requires a lot of humility from all of us. For those of us in the West, we must also recognize the limits of a kind of generalizing our sample from the Western educated industrial whatever societies with what we are seeing in developing countries. Together, we can now develop maybe a richer, more nuanced, more comprehensive understanding than either tradition generates. So whichever way, I believe that the more we understand what is happening in all parts of the world, the more we'll be able to have more informed knowledge of organizational behavior. particularly for our current study, although we have made some social progress in understanding trust and its relationship with taking charge, I believe there are also many questions to be answered. Many other areas needed also to be explored. And this, the call is that we should continue to explore this to understand it more, especially in comparison with what is going on in other places. How these dynamics operate in other African countries beyond Nigeria is also very important. What is going on in Kenya, what is going on in Egypt, what is going on in other African cultures is also important to understand if actually Nigeria differ from others or if they're a little bit similar. It may also inform the understanding of the global scholars on African peculiarities or differences. Then what intervention will most effectively build trust and safety in these different settings? Very, very important. Those some areas of research that we may be interested in, or even the boundary conditions. What are the moderators? Exploring also more mediators of this relationship and even more. Thank you. I think this actually what I feel I wanted to discuss, and I think this is more time for us from other audience to maybe make inputs or ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ike, for that wonderful presentation. Like I said earlier, he's a professor of industrial and organizational psychology, and I can relate with some of the things he made mention regarding employment, jobs, and taking charge when it comes to Nigeria as a case study. So in this wise, we'll open the floor to questions, comments. We can put our questions in the chat box. We can ask our questions verbally. Please, let's use any route we can adopt. Please send in your questions. Let's check the chat box. Do we have questions? You could raise your hand if you'd like to ask verbally. Okay, so we have a question here already. So the questioner is asking, thank you, Prof. What leadership style is more appropriate for organizations? Which systems are weak, as happens in developing countries? That's from Daya Guritno. Yeah. Over to you, Prof.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. What leadership style is the appropriate in such context, in developing country context? I don't think I have a prescription for that in terms of the best leadership behavior. Everything is about context, it's also about contingency. I would rather maybe align myself with the contingency theory of leadership in terms of is the situation that which actually determine which one is the best. However, from our discussion and our current study, the most important thing is that leaders should be able to be supportive enough and create an environment that make employees to trust them and to be able to protect employees. And the employees should also have that feeling that they will be protected when it matters most. Taking charge is a risky behavior because we are trying to change organizational processes in a way that beneficial to the organization, but it's not part of your job description. So actually, if people don't feel that they're supported by the leaders, it's likely that they're not going to exhibit those behaviors that are very beneficial to the organization. So it's not just a prescription of just this leadership style because it may not work in all situations. But what is important is that we need leaders that are very supportive, not only here in developing country context, but it's very critical here because the system is not highly structured. What it means is that trust on leaders may be very, very critical for the survival of the organization. I think that's the angle I should be coming from in terms of response to that question. Is about sensitive leaders, leaders that are very supportive, leaders that also can communicate the trust the organization has for the survival of the employees. And there'll be kind of that exchange relationship. The reciprocity will be there. They'll assume that if we are supported by the organization, then I should be able to go ahead and do extra things more than what my job description entails. I think it's natural, and it's just a part of social exchange.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Prof. Ike. We have another question here. The question is from a student. The student is asking, as students, which is Angela, who will soon enter the workforce, what does taking charge actually look like in everyday work situation? Hello, Prof, are you still there? Okay, so while we're waiting for the technicality to resolve, please send in your questions to the chat box, or you can raise your hands to ask the questions directly. We lost him. Please bear with us, 5 minutes, please. Okay, so while we wait for him to come back, we can go ahead with summary of some of the things he had mentioned in a brief, so we don't have to redo the summary again. Basically, he emphasized taking charge in workforce, and I'm sure many of us can relate with this because I want to believe most of us actually are working in one organization or the other. And we know what our job descriptions are, and we know what we do that are outside our job descriptions. So basically, in the Nigerian context, is referring to the fact that sometimes taking charge can be seen as or perceived as a subordination, which in turn is rather offensive to the leaders. But then again, the work comes back to the leader, adding extra workload to the leader, and so on. Also, he emphasized that of leadership skills, which with the question asked earlier, he was able to buttress. And also, he emphasized that even though we're looking into the Nigerian context, similar research are necessary in other neighboring cultures and maybe in other developing cultures. And a beautiful comparison was made between the developing countries like Nigeria and some African countries and the Western or other developed countries with the way they perceive and encourage employees to take charge, though with the strengths and weaknesses of taking charge. Okay, Prof, are you back? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I was just giving a summary of what we discussed earlier. We'll go to the next question. All right. So the next question is, Angela is asking, as a student who will soon enter the workforce, what does taking charge actually look like in everyday work situations?
You can see, as we're talking, I had some network challenge. That's the developing country experience. That's what taking charge should be. The system should provide internet, but you realize at the point you needed to work with internet, that is not work. Taking charge means maybe moving out of your office to get into another office that is working and do the job. You want to get the job done. That's what taking charge is all about. The organization job, they are to provide internet, but it's not working. So what you needed now to do is to make sure you do something, go the extra mile, get it done for the benefit of the organization. Typical day is about seeing your job as your own. You can't see any job that is not my job. You see it first of all as your job. The important thing that focus is to get things working. Though they may not be part of your job description, but you feel that doing them in the way you are doing them will contribute to overall effectiveness of the organization. That's what taking charge is all about. All right.
Thank you so much, Prof. Do we have any other question? Anyone? Okay, so I'll ask this last question before we end the session, and I appreciate Prof. So I'd like to ask, I want to believe aside the Nigerian context, I want to believe probably you've had exposure in other context, in other cultures. Now, do you see the cultural similarities based on the personality types? Because I'm a clinical psychologist, so I'm more into the personality aspect. Is it that some countries that have similar personality types tend to have this non-taking charge character or attitude, or it's just a universal thing, meaning that if the organization allows you, then people will take charge. But if the organization does not allow you, then they are likely not to take charge. Which is it? Thank you.
Thank you, Temitope. Sure. Organizations are very, very critical to taking charge, but it's not in any way diminish the individual personality or individual dispositions. Okay. The organization will do its own part. Individuals may also need to do that. In our previous studies, even within this country, it shows that irrespective of how supportive the organization is, some people may not also take charge. In every country, any study in any country, when you look at taking charge, you are going to also see that it differs across individuals. Some people, by their own personality, feel when things are not going on well, they feel uncomfortable. And because they feel uncomfortable, they try to get things done. So these individuals, irrespective of how supportive the organization is or not, they will be better workers in terms of taking charge. However, that would for no reason diminish the importance of the organization's contribution in shaping the behavior of employees. So that studies what that what it means. So both context and individual differences are very, very critical in understanding taking charge. In short, we're expected that future research will continue to explore these areas. What we'll now be looking at, which of these factors are more critical in terms of the weighting. Will lead organization contribution higher than individual differences contribution? We are not sure for now, but they are both contextual and dispositional variables in understanding of extra behavior in general. So taking charge will not be different. And our earlier studies have demonstrated that both of them are very, very important. The studies in future may begin to explore which one is contributing more to the variances in taking charge. But the conclusion is that both are very important.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That will end the question and answer session. So we'd like to present a certificate of appreciation to Professor Ike for his wonderful contribution to the conference. Can we have the certificates, please? All right, so on behalf of the organizers and the participants, we say a very big thank you for your time, for sharing your resources with us. And also we're saying a very big thank you for being a big part of the session and for the contribution you have done to the ICoP conference. We thank you so much for this. So in that wise, we also want to say a very big thank you to all audience, the participants and everyone for paying attention, for listening, and for sparing us those patience when the technicalities happen. So overall, I'd like to say thank you so much. And I want to hand over to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Recognizing everyone's efforts and attention is a great way to conclude a session.
Master of Ceremony, thank you very much.
Much Dr. Oyum Olale Termitope Folasade from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris of Malaysia, and also thank you very much for Professor Ike Ernest OEC from the Faculty of the Social Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Nigeria. That was incredible presentation. I hope everyone is have the pleasant experience during the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the final agenda of today's seminar. However, we would like to remind you that the conference will continue tomorrow with the 6th plenary session The session will feature Ms. Rani Merli Savitri, ST, MSc, PhD, as the speaker and will be moderated by Mr. Eridani Anggawijayanto, MPSI Psycholog. Please mark your calendar and be ready to join with us again tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Okay, just a little announcement for all. Okay, I'm sorry. Just a little announcement for all participant call for paper about the technical guidelines and access link for the oral presentation session tomorrow have been officially distributed via email and WhatsApp group. We kindly request all participants to carefully observe the established guidelines and ensure adequate preparation.
Thank you to all the speakers, moderators, and participants of the third ICoP
International Conference of Psychology 2025. We look forward to seeing you soon tomorrow. Bye-bye.